Hello, I'm Sam from Shots On. Welcome to the LudoSport Manchester and Liverpool Academies tournament. Now, like me, this might be the first time that you've seen LudoSports performed live, but don't worry, we're going to have experts with me all day in the commentary booth to make sure that all your questions are answered. But here's a quick rundown. LudoSport is a mixed-gendered, lightsaber-inspired sport focused on respect and control. Athletes compete one-on-one to score points by making contact on specific areas of their opponent. There are two types of hits: a non-mortal hit, known as an E, or a mortal hit, known as an R. Players call out hits on themselves, maintaining an honor system. If a non-mortal hit has been made, the player who is being struck must lower their guard and give their opponent an opportunity to score a mortal hit, an R. A round ends when a mortal hit is scored and the attacker earns a point. Matches are best out of 3 or until a 90-second combat time limit is reached. The time limit is removed in later stages of the tournament. But it's not just about the hits. Style and form are also rewarded and scored. Players' control and use of their chosen combat form is rated throughout the tournament, leading to both a combat and a style champion and leaderboard. That's the basics. For more information, you can check out ludosports.net or the links in the description here. If you have any further questions, leave them in the comments and I'll try and get them answered throughout the day. Ooh, before I forget, give Shots On a subscribe. It really helps grow our channel and allows us to continue filming new and exciting sports and activities. Now, let's go see some lightsaber dueling. Hello, I'm Sam from Shots On. Welcome to the LudoSport Manchester and Liverpool Academies Tournament. Now, like me, this might be the first time that you've seen LudoSports performed live. But don't worry, we're going to have experts with me all day in the commentary booth to make sure that all your questions are answered. But here's a quick rundown. LudoSport is a mixed-gendered, lightsaber-inspired sport focused on respect and control. Athletes compete one-on-one to score points by making contact on specific areas of their opponent. There are two types of hits: a non-mortal hit, known as an E, or a mortal hit, known as an R. Players call out hits on themselves, maintaining an honor system. If a non-mortal hit has been made, the player who has been struck must lower their guard and give their opponent an opportunity to score a mortal hit, an R. A round ends when a mortal hit is scored and the attacker earns a point. Matches are best out of 3 or until a 90-second combat time limit is reached. The time limit is removed in later stages of the tournament. But it's not just about the hits. Style and form are also rewarded and scored. Players' control and use of their chosen combat form is rated throughout the tournament, leading to both a combat and a style champion and leaderboard. That's the basics. For more information, you can check out ludosports.net or the links in the description here. If you have any further questions, leave them in the comments and I'll try and get them answered throughout the day. Ooh, before I forget, give Shots On a subscribe. It really helps grow our channel and allows us to continue filming new and exciting sports and activities. Now, let's go see some lightsaber dueling. Hello and welcome to the Manchester and Liverpool LudoSports Academies Tournament 2024. I'm Sam Davis from Shots On, and with me I have
Daniel Salmons.
Now, Daniel, you're one of the Academy leaders, aren't you?
Correct, yeah. So I'm the rector, so I'm one of the people who sort out all the different classes as well as teach a lot of the different students that we've got here competing today.
Fantastic. So what are we doing today? What is this tournament geared up towards?
So this tournament is the annual tournament that we have every year for the academy, so all the students who train at the Manchester and Liverpool academies. The top people from this tournament will then qualify to go on to compete in UK Arena, where they'll hopefully have a chance of competing in Champions Arena, which is the World Championship in November this year.
So, Champions Arena in November this year. Where is it being held?
It's being held in Milan this year in Italy.
Milan in Italy. So Italy is actually where the sport's derived from, I believe.
Correct, yeah.
Okay, I got one right. That's good. I'm gonna ride the high on that for the rest of the day, I think.
I'm sure we'll get you up to speed in absolutely no time whatsoever.
Fantastic. Now, just to clarify as well, so anyone watching from the start of this, you might have seen a little video of me explaining how the tournament goes. There is a slight mistake in that. I said that each round in the pool play, you play to the best of 3. I believe it's actually you play 3 rounds.
Correct, yeah. So each match in the pool stages will consist of 3 different matches of 3 different rounds, where the score can either be point for player A, point for player B, or a doppio, which is essentially a draw and a lost assault.
All right. So, in terms of a doppio, a lost assault, is that just a case of time's run out on it, or that both players have made a contact?
It just means that both players have made contact at the exact same time. So if they've both gone for a lateral strike and tapped each other in one of the point scoring zones in unison at the same time, it's essentially classed as if they've just killed each other. So therefore, that point is then null and void, and then they continue on to the next assault. In the elimination stages, we can't have draws, so then it goes to best of the first 2-3 in any given round, with the final being first to 4.
Oh, fantastic. This is something that I was just sort of like curious about as well. I know that, so there are 2 types of strikes. There's the non-mortal strike, the O? No, the E.
The E,
The
yes.
E, sorry, the E. And there's the mortal strike, the O.
Correct.
Now, I believe if you are struck with an E, which is a non-mortal strike, so that's a cut below the elbow or below the knee,
Yep.
you have to lower your guard and allow an opportunity for an O.
Correct, yeah. So you have to bring out the saber. In fact, actually, Seb's there demonstrating quite beautifully there as to how you do an E declaration, removing that blade out of the way to give your opponent an opportunity to get a fatal blow. Only has to be a moment of pause. It doesn't have to be holding it for a full second. It's just a momentary advantage given to your opponent.
All right. So are you able to use your feet in that moment to back off?
Correct,
So
yeah.
it's just a case of removing the guard from the saber itself?
Yeah, you can essentially move all the way out the way. Of course, you don't want to pass that checkered line that we're seeing there and as the boundary of the arena, because then that would give your opponent a point.
Oh, fantastic. So as Daniel's just mentioned, you can see on the screen the checkered line going around the yellow and black. That is the size of the arena. I believe, it's 8 meters diameter?
8 meters square, yeah, 8 meters diameter, yeah.
8 meters squared.
8 meters squared in a circle somehow.
Something like that. We've got enough meters in there. Fantastic. So at the moment, we are just having, I believe this is the pre-tournament talk, just making sure everyone's up on the rules, making sure that everyone's aware how the tournament's going to go.
Yeah.
So one of the big points of Ludo, I believe, is respect within the sport.
Correct, yeah. So we have a 3-pillar system, so it's service, care, respect. So those declarations are a big part of that respect aspect of the of the core values of the sport, making sure that you are declaring correctly. So we're a self-declaring sport. So the officials are there just to make sure any disputes are being handled, rather than necessarily dictating who scored what point. It should be down to the athletes.
Oh, that's fantastic. I know. So I was lucky enough to see a practice tournament that you put on specifically so I could see how it's going.
Yeah.
And it is nice seeing how each of the athletes are actually very responsible for their own calls.
Mm-hmm.
So as you say, there are. I believe there's actually 3 match officials that sort of like play it, but we've got 2 in the ring with them who are the combat officials potentially.
Yeah.
So we do have eyes on everyone, but everyone is expected to play fairly. I think that's something that you always have to remember. You don't win unless you win fairly.
Exactly, yeah. There's no point in winning if you're going to be, cheating or anything along those lines. It's very much a case of it becomes a hollow victory in that point. And as you say, yes, we do have 3 different officials who are working at the moment. As you can see on the arena right now, you have Seb, who is the style judge.
So he's in the lilac.
He's in the wisteria.
The wisteria.
And then the 2 in the azuri blue are Guy
liking
and
these names.
Megan. Yeah, it's Italian.
Oh, okay.
They
So
always
Guy
have
and
to make
Megan.
it a bit better, don't they? So the two in the Azure, Guy and Megan, they're going to be our arena officials and doing a lot of running around, whereas Seb gets to be a little bit more relaxed and stand on the outskirts, silently
That's
judging.
a job I would like, I think. It's definitely the one that I would like. So, as we say, this is the opportunity where the athletes can have a chat with the refs and just make sure that they're all up to speed on everything that they need to go. A lot of, I believe there's quite a few people who this is their first tournament.
Yeah, so the majority of people who are in the black t-shirts are fairly new to the sport. So in this particular pool, we have Ethan, Daniel and Martin, who started in September and in January. So very, very new. And then we've got some other people as well, like Hannah, for example, who's been doing the sport since 2019, along with Callum as well, and Ryan Hickson, who is also in this pool. So we've got quite a large variety of experience in this pool in particular.
Oh, fantastic. So I might be, as I say, a lot of my knowledge has come from stalking like the Ludo Sports Facebook pages. But Hannah, does she run the Liverpool Academy?
No, so Hannah
I was wrong.
So Javier, actually, who's in Pool B, he runs the Liverpool Academy.
Javier, I know it was a H.
Yeah. Hannah is actually our prophet, so she does a lot of our social media and all that sort of stuff. And also, she's on our on a lot of our branding as well, because, she was there for a photo day and she looks good on camera. So
I must admit, the photos, if you've not seen it, and the photos from the Ludo Sports official Facebook pages, go have a look. They are fantastic. And I've got hats off to the photographer that you got doing that one. I'm very jealous about their skill.
Yeah, both of them who are actually do those photos are actually competing today. So we've got Ryan and Kit who both do the photographs for us.
Oh, fantastic.
Okay, so
we have our first contenders today, who I believe in the black is going to be Nathan Thatcher.
In the black it is Martin White, and in the brown is Nathaniel Trevis, who's also using dual daggers today.
Dual daggers. So you can use different types of weapons, can't you?
Correct, yeah. So we have dual daggers, staff, and long saber here. So we're just getting ready to go now. Okay. We'll say Martin's very new to the sport.
And Nathaniel, how long is?
He's been training for quite a while. So that was quite nice. So the really good benefit of daggers here really is the fact that he can cover and close at the same time. So you can see how he comes up with that left hand to block, and then that right hand comes in to score the point there.
It's fantastic.
So Nathaniel actually came second in the Manchester Academy tournament a couple of years ago, actually. So he's quite experienced.
So I'm aware in the styles that you have, I think, ooh,
That's very close.
very close to the edge of the arena. If one foot goes out of the arena, I believe that counts towards an O.
Correct, yeah. So if it's one whole foot or hand goes outside of the arena, it is an O, and therefore a point to their opponent. So we're now on 2 points to 0 for Nathaniel.
Oh, terribly sorry, got the scores on the wrong side. So, I believe one of the first things that you learn as you join LudoSports is what's called Form 1.
Correct, yeah, which is what Martin's using right now.
So that's very much a more defensive style, two-handed.
Yeah, definitely. It's a very much a well-balanced style with some offense and some defense, but it has this idea of not taking risks and therefore being quite a safe kind of style. But a very good fight there and a good start for Nathaniel.
So that leaves, in that one, would you call it a 3-0?
Yeah, 3-0, 3-0.
So one of the important things about Ludo as well, I believe, is the ability to not just be marked on the combat if you win a round or not, but in terms of if you on your style points as well. Can you explain a little bit about how style points work?
Yeah, so basically you're rated on a few different criteria. So on basic technique, movement, dynamics, or how do things flow on from one thing to another. We also then have points as well for things for like complex technique. So we can see here Ryan's quite favouring form 2 a lot more, which is that one-handed style. And so he comes in and there takes that point on that leading leg, which is quite a nice point there.
So form 2 use a lot more one-handed. I heard it's a lot more fast. It's faster.
It is a lot faster in the sense because it's very much more narrow lines of attack rather than the sweeping ones that we see with, with form 1.
I see.
So as I was saying about style, we have complex and SAPD, which we're not really going to see much of today, just due to the different forms that we have at place here.
So, I believe on the replay we can see both of them go in for a killing strike on the other.
Yeah.
So in terms of an E was called.
So that there has been called off as a doppio.
So that's a doppio. So
because as he's gone in and struck the leg, the blade's been immediately above his head, so therefore gravity would bring that down on top of the person, and therefore they would concede the point there.
So they've moved into an attack that potentially would have taken them out.
Exactly, yeah.
And there we've just seen both of them calling an E as they both struck each other in non-lethal areas.
Yeah. So again, this is all part of it. Again, you're going to find some times where you'll have both of them receiving E at the same time because they've both gone in for the strike. So an E swap was called there. So basically that means that there was an E as he was moving in to score the R. So that one will be classed as a nullo, which will mean that they'll replay this assault.
I see. So that's one of the only times that we'd have potentially an additional assault played.
Correct,
in the
yeah.
pool plays.
Yeah. So Ryan's trying a little bit of form 4 here with the roll and the changing of the height. It's quite an unpredictable form, this form 4.
No, I believe I'm starting to learn a little bit of Spanish here.
Italian.
Italian, sorry. A little bit of Italian. I believe that means 2-0.
2-0, yes, exactly, to Ryan Hickson there.
Fantastic. So, as we continue at the moment, are we... So we've only had 4 athletes in the ring at the moment, but are we able to have a look at how they've done in terms of their style points?
Yeah, so we've got the first 2 fights we had a style score of 6 to Nathaniel and a 5.6 to Martin, which are decent style scores, especially for Martin, who this is his first tournament. We've got a 5.6 and a 5 for Dan Eagles and Ryan in their fight as well.
Fantastic.
Ooh, so we've got Grace here, who is our youngest competitor at 11 years old. She trains with the adults with her dad. A very fierce competitor.
She's got great confidence moving straight in for the attack there from the off.
Very, very aggressive fighter. So again, you can see here he's come in, taken that point on the midsection as that blade was coming down. So therefore 0-0 doppio.
Doppio. So I'll just remove that point and got a bid. So.
Oh.
So at the moment we've got a little malfunction of the blade, I believe. So
there we go.
You need to be able to have both. I believe it's both light and sound.
Correct. Yeah. If it's not on, it doesn't exist, and therefore you lose the point immediately because you've not got a blade.
I see.
So right now both competitors are moving very, very straight. What we prefer to see with movement is that they start moving around each other and start moving around the arena rather than straight on to each other. So that will probably affect their style somewhat.
So I believe at the moment Grace has, from what I can tell there, as I say, being a newcomer to this sport, she's taking a very fencer-ish style approach, one-handed, forward,
very much using that form 2. She's currently on her 2nd year of training, so she'll be doing form 2 right now. Okay.
So that card there, what?
So they're both getting a white card now for their slow declaration. So the declarations need to be quick as and when you feel them, because if you delay, then it takes away that opportunity from your opponent. Both of them are at fault, so they've both received a white card warning for this.
So that was some very fast play there from Grace, I believe, making 3 strikes in the space of about 2 seconds.
Yeah, so again, what we saw there was very much a case of cutting those lines, making it so that Ethan had no way in which to retreat apart from backwards, and so really kind of closed him in there. So some good form 2 there to kind of narrow down that escape.
Fantastic. So I believe that was actually a draw. I
Correct,
had the score as 2-0, I believe, on that. So
Yeah.
the score was actually 1-1.
1-1, correct, yeah.
So now,
So both taking a very cautious approach to begin with. And Ryan again then moves in, pushing Martin out of the arena.
so again, stepping out of the arena, 1 foot entirely, is an off.
Correct.
So an off.
Yeah.
I'll get the terminology one day.
Probably by the end of the day.
Oh, we're hoping. It's a nice big swing there by Ryan.
Yeah, so Ryan's currently studying Form 5, which is a very aggressive and controlling form. So there's lots of big kind of aggressive movements as part of that form. So those big swings are to try and do things like cut the line so that he can't move that way.
So a lot of it is also, I believe, part intimidation on it.
Correct. Yeah.
Especially for, I believe, as you say, Martin, sorry. This is his first tournament.
Exactly, yeah.
You come up against someone who's using so much space to their own.
Yeah.
Own means it is intimidating. A lot of low sweeps.
For a lot of people, it tends to be that the legs are a fairly difficult target to block, just because of height and so on. So they're quite a favoured zone for some people to target, especially those who like Form 4 and like to change that height. It makes it a little bit easier for them to catch it.
Fantastic. So I believe that was 3-0 in favour of Ryan there.
Correct, yeah.
So again, are we able to get an update on the
Yeah, so
the styles?
on that fight there, Martin got 5.5, which basically means that it was okay from a style perspective. He didn't really show off anything in particular. Ryan, however, got a 5.7 on that one.
So now we have, I believe, Grace back with Daniel.
Yeah. So Daniel again has been very new, and is already conceded a point quite quickly there. Some good movement there and using different distance so as to not try and get too close.
So I believe Daniel is from the Manchester Academy.
Correct, yeah.
Is Grace also one of yours?
Yes, so Daniel is in the Form 1 class, so started in around September last year. Grace is in the Form 2 class, so she's been training with us for almost 2 years now.
Fantastic.
So both are just trying to get around, whereas Grace is doing a very good job of holding the centre of the arena, making Dan move around her.
Fantastic. Now, again, this may be me just sort of like putting things onto this, but did we see there Grace using both a bit of Form 1 and Form 2?
Correct, yeah.
Going from a Form 1 two-handed grip, very
Yeah.
central, keeping that line, as you say, keeping the centre of the
Yeah.
arena, her own sort of like space.
Yes.
And then on the attack, moving very swiftly into Form 2 for a bit of speed.
Correct, yeah. So this is the really good thing about the sport, is we can combine these different forms together to essentially make your own style. And so that you can use it to fight however which way you want, using the different forms. So we'll see here now we've got Callum and Hannah. So both of them are in the same class. So these two train against each other on a weekly basis. A little bit of confusion on who's on which side here.
So these are two players who might be quite accustomed to each other's style.
Correct, yes. Very quick assault there, trying to establish that first point. As you can see there, Hannah uses a lot of rins and a lot of kind of movement of the blade to try and be very fluid and cut off those lines, and it's worked out for her this time especially.
So in terms of the form we're seeing here, is this both of them using Form 5?
They're both using a combination of different forms. Once you start getting to this point, you very rarely find someone who's using one form in particular. You see quite a fair bit there from Hannah with Form 5, with a little bit of Form 4 on the height changing. Callum is using quite a lot more Form 2 with Form 5, so that he's got that kind of aggression, but also that very strong and quick strikes. Well played there from Hannah.
So we had a warning there, I believe, from the previous one.
Yes.
Was that due to, again, a delay of calling?
No, so that one was actually due to they were told they both received a white card because they stopped before stop was called. So they should continue to fight until the official declares stop. So Hannah is straight back in again now against Nate's using dual daggers. So this will be an interesting matchup as they don't usually fight each other that often. And daggers can be quite difficult to fight just because there's two of them.
Fantastic. So daggers are actually shorter as well. Well, daggers, I suppose.
Yeah, so they are significantly shorter than the long saber to make up the fact that you have two of them. As I say, the really cool thing about daggers is the fact that you have one that can cover as the other one goes in. And you can see there was a rather nice rotation there from Nate, trying to get around and open that space up. Couple of missed declarations there.
I think that was just a tap on the hand there.
Yep.
Forming an E, second E. So I believe this is going to be a point to Nathan.
Okay, Isawa was called. Was coming through to score the point. So again, this has been classed as Nulo, so they're going to replay that assault.
That leaves the score still at 1-0 to Hannah. Now, potentially, would that be the exact same situation that just happened a moment ago?
Quite possibly. However, it has been called as a point to Nate because it was quite close to the body and therefore would have cut through.
Actually,
it was quite a difficult point to call, that one, just because they were so close to each other and got very much tangled in. That is a one-all draw between the two players.
Let's see. So, in terms of style at the moment, are we starting to get a lead?
So we're seeing some really good style here today. Nathaniel is doing quite well already, getting around 6 and 5.9s on both his fights. Hannah similarly on 6 and 5.9, so again we'll be very, very close at the moment on the top of the style leaderboard. Grace receiving also a 6 on her first fight and a 6.1 on her second, so she may actually be winning this ever so slightly on style.
Oh, fantastic. So again, at the end of the tournament, we don't just only have the people who have won their bouts. We also have the style that they've done, and you get points on that.
Correct. Yeah. So it's done based on the average over all your different fights that you've had within the tournament. Will then be tallied up to determine on how you place on your style. Very nice. Again, once again, kind of commanding that space, moving from side to side to make it very difficult for Martin to do anything but walk outside of the arena.
True. So
that was just unfortunate. A very short point.
So we're having a slight timeout now, I believe.
Just to probably work out what went on there with that last point.
I see. So one thing that I saw on the as I was reading the rules, that the face is not considered a target.
That's correct. Yeah. So the face and neck are the only places where we cannot actively target.
But in terms of the top of the head, is that considered a target?
Yeah, that's a valid target. So basically anywhere but the face, the side of the head and the neck. So top of the head is fine, arms, body, legs, big toe if you really want to try and score a point on there.
You want to go for a nice lunge.
Exactly. So again, Grace scoring quite highly there for style as well on 6.1, with Martin getting a 5.6 on there as well. So he's doing very good for his first tournament when it comes to style.
Fantastic.
So we've got Ethan and Daniel here, who again train regularly with each other, so they'll be fairly accustomed to fighting one another. Both using Form 1.
Both of them also moving around the actual arena a little bit more than we've seen.
But not paying attention to his surroundings and stepping out of the arena there.
It's unfortunate. That's not the way you want to make a point.
No, it's a very common thing when it's the first tournament, because sometimes you're not necessarily used to fighting in, a smaller space.
Of course. Especially, I'm aware with the Manchester Academy space, it tends to be more of a square arena that you're fighting in.
Exactly, more square, rectangular, rather than the nice circle that we are used to fighting in official tournaments.
So I believe that brings it to 1-1.
Correct, yes.
I'm learning to count very slowly.
It's taken me a long time as well.
Back into it. So I think knowing that they both have 1 point on the board, they're being a bit more cautious and tempting each other out to see what they can do here.
They're both trying to get the edge on their opponent.
It's a lovely double E there. Ooh. Fantastic. Just getting under Nathan's guard, I believe there.
Exactly. He kind of fainted, so he came round for a lateral strike and then changed that height to come in instead for a rising strike on that leg there. So quite a nice point scored. And we see that reflected in his style as well. So he's got a 5.8 on that piece of, that particular bout, which again is a decent score, especially at this point in his LudoSport journey.
Fantastic. So again, these are, I believe, two players who have only started quite recently as well.
Correct, yeah. So Ethan is in our Manchester Academy, whereas Martin's actually the only person competing from our Liverpool Academy. So he's representing their entire academy today.
Fantastic.
So no pressure for Martin.
No pressure. Both of them, as you say, adopting the first style, Form 1, two-handed grip on the blade, mainly defensive.
Yeah, very safe, very controlled. It has got the nickname of the safe house because of the nature of it. So a lot of people do tend to drop into this, especially even if they're more experienced, when they're needing to control themselves and kind of be a bit more defended.
I believe that's another point for Nathan.
So another point for Ethan, yeah.
Oh, sorry, Ethan.
Yep.
I don't know why I keep on calling him Nathan.
There's got too many people who've got similar names.
I think both of them testing each other's space a little bit there.
Ethan's been a little bit more cautious and holding that guardia and then responding a little bit more to what Martin's doing. As a strategy, it's working quite well. Okay, so that is actually a point for Martin because it was a very close kind of point there, whereas Martin's blade was above Ethan's head. Okay, we've got a penalty. Okay.
So are you able to explain this penalty that's just been given?
Yeah, so the style judge can assign penalties if they see something that's potentially dangerous or that's part of their style that needs to be corrected. So this will have quite a big impact on Ethan's style scoring this round. So the reason for that penalty there was due to the trajectories of the blade. So because it is a very rigid blade, we don't allow stabbing or allow places where there is a straight blade going directly onto the body. Because we don't wear any kind of protective equipment except for groin guard for those who want it, and chest guard again. You can wear that if you want it, but very few people do. So we have to make sure that the blade is coming from the outside, coming in, rather than coming straight up the centre of the body. So that's why he got a penalty there.
So the main thing about the sport really is about being able to control your movement in it.
Correct, yeah. So this is part of those 3 pillars. So it's kura, which means care. So we take care of one another and care for ourselves as well. So not doing anything too reckless that's going to get you or your opponent hurt. One of the common phrases that we use within the sport is we don't duel against our opponents, we duel with them. Because it's almost like we are working with one another to have a really good and fun duel. So a very quick point there. Into the hands, into the body, very classic form 2.
Fantastic. I think it's one of the nice things that I've seen about the sport as well, especially bringing in the ooh. That was very nice.
Yeah.
Than that.
Both trying different things, and I think it may have just worked out for Ryan there.
We're about to find out.
Doppio. Okay. I believe it was a very close point.
For both of them making contact at the same time?
Correct, yeah.
Fantastic play by both of them.
This was one of the fights that I think a few of us were looking forward to seeing because they are both very experienced athletes, both of them podiuming last year, Ryan for War and Hannah for Style.
But as I said, one of the nice things about the sport, I believe, is because you are judged on your style as well as the actual, if you make contact with your opponent, it brings in more of a case of you don't want to rush in and just swing about willy-nilly.
Exactly, yeah. So it really kind of makes you want to do good techniques, clean techniques, using lots of variety with what you're trying to do, rather than just going for the shortest point possible. It does a few different things here as well, because it makes it more entertaining for us to watch as an audience, but also makes it more fun for the athletes to to participate in, because you can get some really cool points like that second one that ended up as a doppio, but it was a really kind of fun kind of exchange between the two of them.
Of course. It's nice. I think, as you say, a bit more fun with it. You do get a bit more flourishing. So here we have a white card. Can you explain what that means for us, please?
So again, we're having a white card, which is a warning. So we have a 4-card tier system. So white cards are warning. These are the lowest cards that we have. These can be upgraded into a yellow card, which assigns a point to your opponent. That can then be upgraded to a red card, which instantly loses you the duel and gives a victory to your opponent. And then black card, which takes you directly out of the tournament as a whole. You're completely removed. That white card was awarded to Ryan for not removing the blade out that central line and not giving that opportunity to his opponent there to score a point. Fantastic. That's again another win for Hannah. So she's having a good tournament so far.
So I'm going to guess betting isn't something that we want to do at this stage, but I'm liking Hannah's odds at the moment for the combat side.
Yeah, as I say, she's podiumed for the last 2 years in the Manchester Academy tournament, and she usually does quite well when it comes to the international to the UK national tournament as well. So we can see here that Nathaniel went for a rotation, and Callum just left the blade there. So essentially, Nathaniel just rotated on it. I'm doing it now, calling people Nathan.
I've started you off, because I've got to say that was great anticipation from Callum there. Just knowing that if he just extends his guard out, that he was going to make contact on the back of Nathan there.
Read his opponent very well there. But yeah, Hannah, as I say, has podiumed for Style for the last 2 years. Last year she came second. The year before she came third. We've also got Javier, who's in Pool B, who's also podiumed for Style in second and then third in last year. So we should have some really good combat today. Nathan attacking the blade, trying to move it out of the way to give himself some space so that he can then move in and score that point. Because the problem with the daggers with them being so short, you have to get so much closer than what the long saber has to do, and he's just not been able to get into that space there.
Of course. So I do have to ask as well, do you ever find yourself making the noise of the lightsaber?
Sometimes. Especially in the beginning.
So I believe that was both of them making contact at the same time.
Correct. However, Nathaniel has said that he received an E a little bit before, so he's actually conceded the point there to Callum to give Callum the victory there. So again, this is part of this kind of respect that we have within the sport. If you feel like the declaration was a little bit slow or wasn't a little bit clear, and you clarify it to give your opponent the point, it's kind of the epitome of that respect that we show.
Yeah, that's the type of sportsmanship that you really want.
Yeah, it's the kind of sportsmanship that we really try to foster within the sport as well.
That's fantastic. Sorry about the squeaking there, that's just grabbing some water. So, yeah.
It's a problem with talking so much, isn't it?
True. I must admit, I'm just quite glad that I can talk at the moment. I've been in bed unwell for the past couple of days. We have a slight issue, I believe, with the one of the Sabers. So generally, are these Sabers that are owned by the academy, or are they coming from the individuals?
It's a combination. So some people will own their own Sabers, others will use academy Sabers. So Hannah in particular, she uses her own, whereas Grace uses one of the ones that's owned by an academy. A lot of athletes tend to buy their own Sabers because they can kind of customise them, make sure that they're within the weight that they like and within the hilt length that they like as well. So we're just asking for some clarification here on the points. Okay.
Check this out. I had the points the wrong way. I'm glad we had the clarification.
Guy there deciding whether he wanted to do a water point there or not.
Ooh. So both of them scoring an art there, but is it a case of Grace getting in just before?
Yeah, Grace was a little bit quicker there, so Hannah unfortunately did not get the point. Very much a battle of accuracy here and trying to control that centre point, which makes it very difficult to try and do anything, but it does look like Hannah managed to get a point in there with a nice jump and drop. Changing that height drastically confuses the opponent quite a fair bit.
It was a lovely bout to watch, actually. Both of them performing very well in the opening stages of the tournament. It was very interesting to see. So I think we're just having some clarification from the style judge there.
Yep. So we got a 5.7 for Grace in that one and a 5.9 for Hannah. So it was a little bit of a dip in Grace's style throughout the fight, throughout the tournament so far. So again, Ryan and Callum very used to fighting each other in classes weekly.
It seems both of them taking up quite aggressive poses, but keeping their space very separate.
They'll definitely both be trying to scope each other out, trying to weigh each other, see how each one of them are trying to fight. Ryan trying that groundwork really to try and make Callum do something. It's not quite worked, so they've ended up scoring a point on each other at the same time.
So a doppio which just nullifies the score.
Correct, yeah. Essentially like a drawed point.
So would I be correct or very wrong in the assumption here that Ryan might prefer to take a bit of a lunging stance? So he does seem to get down low sometimes.
Yeah, so Ryan prefers Form 4, which is very much more of an acrobatic, off-balance style, with these kind of ideas of height changes, so jumps and rolls and drops, whereas Callum is preferring to use a lot more of the rotations that we see in Form 5 and in Form 3. So it's very much a difference in preference on how they move.
So I think, was that
So there's an offhand strike there coming in with his left just to bring it on top of the knee. The good thing about the offhand strike is because you're holding the hilt at the bottom of the saber towards the pommel, it does give you a little bit more reach, so you're able to just lean out ever so slightly more in order to get that little bit extra reach.
I think, like with pretty much every martial sport, reach is such an advantage sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, so it is very much a benefit in this sport as well. As you can imagine, if you can reach a little bit further, you can strike your opponent a little bit easier. However, the blade lengths are always the same unless they're using daggers. And because the hilt itself is a target, reach doesn't necessarily always mean that you're going to win, because if you're more accurate and you take the hilt as they're extending through, you can still gain yourself an opportunity.
So the hilt, does that count as an E?
It's an E, yes.
E, that's it.
Yeah.
Okay. So even if it's not making contact with the athlete themselves, so if you're not quick enough to remove your hilt.
Exactly, yeah. It's a good way of kind of opening up that space to give yourself an opportunity. You can see here Seb now is just kind of clarifying those E declarations just to make sure that the athletes are being absolutely 100% on it, making sure that that blade is out of the way so that no one else gets any more penalties or, issues with that. So we're now switching the officials over. So now we've got Megan operating as the head official in the arena, and Guy operating as her assistant.
So, and we've now got Callum and Martin back in the ring.
Daniel and Martin.
Oh, I've gone wrong there somewhere, haven't I? Let's see where I've gone. Right. So I think Martin now is going to be a little bit more cautious getting towards the side of the ring.
Yeah. Both of them have both conceded a point for stepping out of the arena, so I feel like both of them are going to be a little bit more aware of where the edge of the arena is.
So hopefully, I'm not going to lie, I've repeatedly made the same mistakes before now. It's a nice little tap on the backhand, I believe, of Martin.
Oh, and pushed him out again. The interesting thing about Daniel as well is he is left-handed, as is Grace as well. This sometimes causes a little bit of confusion for some people because some of the strikes are on the opposite side to what they're potentially used to.
Especially starting quite recently as well.
Correct.
That can be such a game changer, I think.
Rather nice there. Again, going for the leg and then coming down that centre and taking, again, that lead leg.
It's a lovely position. So, from that replay that we can see, Daniel, rather than taking a swing into the leg, he's actually pushed the blade into it.
Yeah.
Which I think is quite nice in the sense that, as you say, that it's very much a case of you want to protect your opponent rather than, if you've got that opening, you don't want to really just belt into it.
Exactly. So everything's about control, because ultimately a gentle tap is all you need to score the point or to catch the E. Of course, it needs to be have some force behind it for it to be felt by the opponent, but a nice gentle tap is all that's necessary to score the point. Ethan waiting patiently for Hannah to choose the colour that she likes for her lightsaber.
Let's have a look.
There we go.
So the sabers, you can actually change the colours from what they are. They're not standard set.
Correct, yeah. So especially the newer ones, the newer models of Polaris allow you to change the colours on the fly, which is quite nice. We do have set rules. So the people who are in the black t-shirts and the kind of the brown tunics have to have their sabers as blue. Once you get to one of the coloured tunics to an academico rank, so like Hannah and Javier, they can have whatever colour blade they like.
Oh, fantastic.
We do also have an unofficial rule in Manchester, which is no red blades unless they beat me in combat.
Oh, so it's a bit of a point of honour.
Yeah. No Siths in Manchester.
Fantastic. So a very fast one there. So fast that I actually forgot to update the scores. I believe that's 2-1 to Hannah.
I believe that is correct, yes.
Oh.
And again, we got a 5.9 there for Hannah. So again, she's hovering quite well around that 5.96 mark with her style. And Ethan getting a 5.6 there as well. So the style judge gave him a point in what's called Soggettivo. So it's just kind of like a half point. So he's clearly tried something that the style judge has gone, I like that. But it's not been enough to award him a full point.
That's very nice.
So both athletes here favouring the Form 2 style.
I believe, was that a point for Grace? Ooh,
We're just getting some clarification. It could very well be a doppio.
Yeah. So a doppio being a no point for either because both blades have made contact.
Exactly, yeah.
As I say, I'm learning. I'm
You're
learning.
getting it, yeah.
So both athletes being brought back in.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so that was a point to Grace, and a white card has been awarded to Callum for his declarations due to the speed and the loudness of them.
Ooh, lovely little spin to make a bit of space there.
Again, trying to utilise some of that Form 5 aggressiveness. It could have been better by being a little bit more closer to make it a little bit more threatening. It was just slightly out of that measure, and Grace then coming in, closing that area again.
So I must admit, a lot of my knowledge of swordplay does come from HEMA and whatnot. Not that I'm an expert on it, I've just a little bit of
Dabbled.
And one of the big things that people always seem to argue over is if a spin is actually useful in combat. And I must admit, the way that that Callum used it there to cause a bit of space between them rather than using it on the attack is actually quite clever.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, the difference between our sport and the likes of HEMA, although we do lend a lot of similarities, especially with the two-handed styles like Form 1. Because of the nature of how our weapon works, with a light cut we can essentially sever a limb, whereas with more traditional bladed weapons you have to use some force. So having a rotation is very much pointless in those kind of weapon styles, or not as optimal. Whereas with ours, because we can cover as we're rotating, we can still keep ourselves defended, keep our opponents away, and also look a little bit stylish and flashy at the same time.
I think the style points always go into it.
Yeah.
But I think also, because there isn't an edge to the Saber, because it's a cylinder,
Exactly, yeah.
You don't have to keep in mind of
The cutting edge and the false edge.
and the false edge,
Exactly, yeah.
So it does allow you to be a bit more quick in your changes, I'd say.
Yeah, and it allows you to do some really interesting stuff, especially in the later styles, where you essentially use the false edge, that you would use on a blade, to essentially hook around your opponent and score a point there.
Ooh.
Okay.
So we've had a white card warning there. Can you explain what that's for, please?
So the white card warning there was just for his lines of attack. So he's being very straight on with the blades. So instead of them coming outside the body, coming in, they're being very much within this central, central area.
So, in terms of that, that's almost what we might call a stab.
Yeah, exactly. However, that's not really impacted his style score at all, because he still received a 6.2 for that, which so far I think is actually the highest style score we've had today.
Oh, fantastic! I was going to ask, what is the cap of the style score?
So the style score goes up to 10. However, I've never seen anyone receive a perfect 10. As standard, we start off on 5.5, which is essentially 0, because you can go into negatives depending on whether you receive penalties. A lot of these athletes should be aiming for 5.9s, really is kind of like our base, where we want to be.
Fantastic. It's always something that I think it's good to clarify is what the scale actually is.
Yeah,
sometimes, I think I've seen scales go from out of a 3 and things like that. And sometimes again, sort of like a 2.5. And you're like, what? Is that out of 10? Is it out of 9? No, it's out of 3.
Okay,
good.
then it's good. Okay, so we're just getting some clarification here.
A bit of clarity is always nice. One thing that I'm absolutely loving about today is just the constant hum of a of a saber going. It's
It is a very therapeutic noise, I won't lie.
you can very much tell why people fall in, well, one of the reasons people fall in love with the sport.
Yeah.
So it looks like
Okay, yeah.
so this is for a similar offence. So it's a white card for striker zones.
Yeah, so again, not coming from the outside, coming in, again being very central mass. So having that increased chance of a stab, which we want to try and avoid. As I say, just due to the fact that we don't wear protective equipment.
So I believe that's leaving the arena.
Yep. So just stepped outside. Again, Callum being very aggressive there, trying to block.
Pushing his opponent very, very much to the edge.
Again, a very common tactic with people who are studying Form 5. If they can push their opponent around, that's exactly what they want to try and do.
So I believe that was 4 E's in a row from Nathan.
There was quite a few there, yeah, against Callum. Ethan scored quite a few E's. And it looks like that final one was within measure, which basically just means that it was an E. However, because of where the trajectory of the blade would have taken it, it would have continued to go through to then score a fatal strike on the opponent there.
Well, that's fantastic. So the officials can make the call that a strike would have continued through.
Correct, yeah. It's usually when, because it's not always necessarily easy for you to tell as the athlete as to where that blade's potentially going to go. So it's nice to have that external set of eyes to kind of clarify that for you when you need it.
That's fantastic, because I know there's a form of historic fencing where you can actually use your offhand. It's pretty much your last defense to bat away but I suppose in something like this, you use something, your hand gets in the way. The idea would be that
you'd lose your hand.
The hand
exactly.
And the blade would continue through.
Yeah, exactly.
That makes sense. It's lovely that that's been incorporated into the actual, into the sport.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't have any Beskar gloves or anything like that.
Ooh,
so again,
fantastic lunge though.
Nate being very on the offensive here, really trying to cover and move in and using those 2 sabers independently.
So that was an Oppio.
It does look like that was an doppio, yeah.
Doppio, not Oppio, right.
Yeah, so doppio to mean double O in Italian.
So Grace there using a fantastic point defense really in terms of keeping her blade nice and up so that Nathan couldn't advance despite having quite an aggressive.
Exactly, she's really trying to control that kind of centre in order to try and make it very, very difficult for Nathan to move in. One of the best ways that you can kind of use to try and stop a daggers user is don't let them get into that measure. Let them get into that space.
Because again, something that we mentioned earlier was the size difference between, or sort of like the length that you can get by just having your hand at the end of the hilt.
Yeah.
When we look at these 2 athletes competing against each other, we can see how important sort of like the length and the space that you can create is, especially when you look at the heights between them.
Yes.
And also
it's very much a David and Goliath moment there.
Also how the sport is actually equaled out a little bit by having, as you say, it's 2 daggers rather than 2 sabers, so you shorten that length.
Yeah. So it's kind of therefore, kind of balanced it and made it a little bit easier there. But as I said before, even with, if they were both using long sabers, the hilt target is still the same distance away, whether that person's, 6'2" or whether they're, 5'1". It's still that same kind of distance to reach that E target. And again, Nathaniel getting a 6.3 there in his style in that last bout, with Grace getting a fantastic 6.1 as well. So they're definitely 2 to watch for the style for the style score this year.
Ooh. So straight in there.
Again, very aggressive, cutting that area, making it very difficult for Dan to do anything there.
So that was a nice lunge getting an E there, but I believe because Hannah went down, she wasn't able to get up quick enough to capitalise and turn that into an R.
Yeah, so in that situation, you can do a few different things. As soon as you go down onto the ground, you can either roll and then use that kind of inertia and that momentum to gain some more ground, or you could then use it to jump back up. And it's Hannah rather than looks like you put it on the bottom there.
I've got the names wrong there. I don't think that's Nathan. Right.
There we go.
Nice and fixed. Luckily, there was a little bit of clarification from the judges there. Gave me time to fix that. So that was just a lovely strike across the stomach area there, I think, from Hannah.
It was a very nice kind of use of measure and using distance, just being just outside so that she can come in nice and slow and score that point.
So I think if I got the score wrong there.
No, we're on 1-1 at the moment.
1-1 at the moment, so I did have that wrong. Let's put that there.
And it is 2 points to Dan and 1 point to Hannah there. But once again, this is kind of like how it shows how style is separate from war. Because although Hannah may have lost that war on that duel there in particular, she still did better when it comes to style with the 5.9 versus Daniel's 5.7.
Fantastic. Have we got started to get a bit of a lead aboard on these style points?
Not yet, but we will do once we have once we've completed the initial
bouts.
The initial bouts, yeah.
I've got to say, this was a fantastic little duck behind the attack there from Daniel, I believe, to get a very clean. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. I'm getting it slowly. Ooh, again from Callum there, faking Daniel's attack upwards as he went straight for a straight through the centre. So we just had a slight warning there. Do we know what that was for?
Again, for that central line, again, not coming on the outside, coming in. It was very straight on once again.
So I believe that there was a potential think of if the R was called warning. So he has got a call for his being slow on his declaration there. But I believe because he was in the spin, he was already out of range when it happened, so it didn't really affect the way that
exactly. There's sometimes when you're mid rotation or mid roll or mid jump, you can't really declare whilst you're doing it. So sometimes what you'll do is you'll complete that movement, then declare and give that opportunity at that point. Then just to kind of make it, make sure it is, accurate and safe.
So we're currently, we're about 3/4 of the way through pool 1, I believe.
Correct.
At the moment.
Yep.
Oh, I've figured out why I put Hannah. I put her name in the pool 1 selection. There we go. That's where I put it earlier.
The wonders of live television.
Oh, if only I could read. But we'll update that there. There we go. Pool 1. Oh, sorry,
Fantastic.
pool A, isn't it? So, how have the pools been assigned?
So they're done based on random draw. So again, Hannah pushing Martin out. This is probably going to be one of the things he's going to struggle with the most, I think, today. He's already stepped out a few times. So hopefully he gets a little bit more comfortable with the size of the arena. The pools are done via a random draw. So we separate all athletes based on rank to begin with. So we'll do a draw for the Academico, which is the currently highest rank that we have in the UK. So that's Hannah and Javier, so that's quite easy. One goes into Pool A, the other goes into Pool B.
So they're our top seeding players.
Yeah. And then we go through the Iniziato, so that's the athletes who are wearing the beaver coloured tunics, or the brown coloured tunics. They will then get assigned. And then finally we'll finish up by doing a draw for the Iniziato, who are the ones who are wearing the black t-shirts. This means that you get a nice balance within, a nice balance within the different pools, so you're not having a whole pool of people who've only just started, or a whole pool of people who are super advanced and have been doing it for years. And then just makes it a little bit more fairer and a little bit more entertaining to watch as well.
True. So I'd say from my point of view, one of the best things about the sport is just how easy it is to get involved in stuff. So as you say, so so Nathan in the beaver skin here versus Ethan.
Yep.
This is someone who's been playing for a couple of years.
Yep.
Sort of participated for a couple of years versus Nathan, who I believe, was it September he started?
Around there, yeah.
Around September.
Yeah.
So we're seeing both of them compete together at a level where potentially, I mean, it's currently 1-1 to both of them, where potentially they could, anyone can win it.
0-1 actually, so that point was not given to Nathaniel just because there was an E just before that R, so it's been classed as an Issoir, so it's actually going to replay that assault.
That's it.
Again, very nice use of coverage, and then coming through their textbook with the daggers there.
So I think this is just a warning for, again, making sure that you're keeping your strikes controlled, not towards the face.
Exactly, yeah.
But again, there, I think we saw a almost textbook way of using both daggers to, one, remove the threat coming in, and the other cause your own threat.
Yeah.
So again, I think Nathan having a little bit of an issue getting close enough.
So again, Ethan's then using, again, his long saber to try and keep Nathaniel out, because, as I say, with daggers, you have to get so close. So a common tactic you find with long saber users is, if you just keep them away, you will be lucky enough to score that point and make it more difficult for them. Especially when Nathaniel goes for a rotation and sometimes hooks his opponent's blade and then puts it directly onto his hand, therefore giving himself an E on his own, on his own opponent's blade. So we've got the last 4 bouts now of Pool A.
So again, we've got Grace coming back in against Ryan.
Okay, next Ryan and Grace, please.
Always throws me whenever they shout Daniel and someone, because I'm going like, oh, I'm in.
You're ready. You're ready. So no, I'm disappointed you're not wearing a saber on you at the moment. Get a nice angle on this. So again, I think both of these are normally quite aggressive, but they are testing each other at the moment to see who's going to jump in first.
Again, yeah. So again, Grace is still putting the pressure on, still trying to control that centre and make Ryan be on the back foot rather than letting him do what he wants to do. It looks like she just missed out on that R, just ever so slightly out of range.
Because again, she took a great lunge there. So I mean, to be honest, as I say, to me it looked very much like a fencing lunge, almost épée-ish.
Yeah,
really is the thing.
There's always going to be some similarities between the different sports. If you look at Form 1, it shares some similarities with stuff like German and Italian longsword. In their lines of the attack and the way in which they work. Form 2 has some similarities with with historical fencing, this kind of swashbuckling, controlling the centre and moving around it, and having these kind of lunges and falcatas, as we call them.
So I believe that was a white card for declaration
Exactly.
on
Yeah.
both of the.
Yeah, for not moving the blade out of the way, not being loud enough. I always think. I remember Grace telling me that she always finds it funny when people do the drop down in front of her, because then they essentially just become her height.
There is that. I must admit, from some of the things that I've heard and whatnot, being able to. So I believe that was a doppio for both of them making contact.
I'm not 100% sure, actually. I missed that. I think actually Grace has been awarded a point, so it looks like actually it's 2-0 to Grace at the moment. Yeah, looking over at the scoreboard over there.
But I'm aware that just because of the mechanics of how someone, if you're trying to aim low with a sword, you've got a little bit of a disadvantage because pulling your arm straight out, you've got a longer blade. Taking it to the ground, it's a bit shorter that way.
Yep.
So if you lower yourself down to someone else's height, potentially you've got that
Gained a
extra
little bit of
reach.
extra reach. Yeah. This is one of the really nice things about Form 4 in particular, is it does add this kind of unpredictability and trying to find these new angles and trying to find these new ways and trying to get through by shifting that height either by going low or jumping high.
So I believe
We
that's
do have a
brought them
penalty
both
coming in.
Two things together. One is you really have to go straight down onto your knees because it hurts.
Okay.
Okay. The other is you have to do something up on the neutral position.
Okay.
So a few guys one on its own, both of them together.
So he's kind of combined two different issues here into one style penalty. The first one being a bit of a lack of care for himself. So one of the things we try to avoid doing within Form 4 is dropping straight down onto the knees because it can be quite damaging and cause quite a lot of problems with the knees. So we try to lower ourselves instead. So that's one half of the penalty. The other half of the penalty was due to the thrust that he was doing with the semi-affondo. So in order to make this safe, we have to rotate our wrist even into what's called an authoritative position, so with the palm face down, or into a clemenza position where the palm is face up, which naturally makes the blade veer off either to the left or the right on the outside of our opponent. If we keep it in a neutral grip, it stays very straight and therefore becomes very stabby. So that's part of the other half of the style penalty that you received. There's quite a fair bit of technical kind of parts to do with the different styles to make it safe that other sports don't need to necessarily, other sword fighting sports don't necessarily need to concern themselves with because they mitigate it with protection instead.
Protection, and also, especially if you're looking at something like fencing, you've only got one line of attack where you're going back and forth.
Exactly, yeah.
With this, you can move from every
From
angle.
a full 360 degrees, exactly.
So again, we're seeing a lot of energy coming in with the daggers, but unfortunately, I think there is just an issue of, as you say, sort of like the length of the single-handed saber, being able to keep them at bay.
Yeah.
So I believe that's 2-1 to Daniel there.
It looks like it, yeah.
And he was. But no, but going back, as you say, sort of like with the rotation of the wrist to make sure that you're off center line. If you're doing sort of like more of a thrusting motion, it's one of the things that really makes the sport quite interesting from a practitioner's point of view.
Yeah.
Where it's the entire style of it. Really.
Yeah.
It's not just about flailing about. It's about learning how each move is supposed to work and how to
Exactly,
flow
yeah.
from one to other. So we have Ethan Knight versus Ryan Hickson.
Looks like we've had a slight wardrobe malfunction with a headband falling off.
The amount of times that's happened to me. But again, taking in the element of respect of, well, Ethan very much backing off, telling them that that's there.
Exactly.
It's one of the things,
yeah.
that's very easy. You put your foot on that, especially on a gym floor,
Yeah.
it's going to pull your foot from underneath you.
Exactly.
again, both of them being a bit cautious there, testing each other out.
Yep.
So again, Ryan taking a very good opportunity there as Ethan extended for his first attack. So, in terms of technique here, from me, it looks like Ryan is allowing Ethan to try and pull off his first encounter to try and counter it in a second movement.
Yeah.
Is that something because I can tell Ryan is using a bit of form 2 here, and I'm going to say a Yoda walk. Is that something that's championed within that form?
So it
To be
depends,
more reactionary?
It depends personally on the style of the person. So Ryan is, prefers a bit more of that kind of reactive. I'm going to let you come in, so then I can then do something in response and have a bit more of a parry riposte kind of situation. Some athletes don't like that style, so instead what they will do is they will be a lot more all on the assault or all on the defence until they kind of create an opening for themselves. Ryan kind of falls more into that kind of second string of people who want to kind of allow their opponents to come in so that he can then score that point, based on an opportunity he's then created. But it's very much a personal preference rather than something that's inherent in the style or inherent in the form. It's how you personally decide to utilise the tools that you've been given.
So I believe that's ended the bout 1-all. So with that, is that called is there a name for that within the
So
sport?
we call it a pareggio, which basically just means a draw in Italian.
Ooh. As I say, I'm learning a new language.
I've been doing the sport for quite a while. I still can't speak Italian.
So how long have you been in the sport now?
So I started back in 2018, so 6 years.
Yeah, I was having to do the maths on
Yeah.
that. You beat me to it. 6 years.
Got the calculator out. But yeah, so I've been doing it for quite a while. I was one of the first people in Manchester to start doing the sport. Okay. So this is the last bout we have of Pool A now, which is Martin White versus Callum Johnson.
Fantastic. So as part of that as well, being an old hat at this and whatnot, you've also, I believe, you've travelled quite a lot of the world training and also competing.
Yeah.
So quite recently, you did a training course, I believe, was it France?
No, so I was in the summer of last year, I was in Italy, training to become a Form 5 instructor. And then I was in France in the winter of last year for Champions Arena, as I qualified for that again for the second time in my LudoSport career, which is quite nice.
Cool. So you're now a qualified Form 5 instructor.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of that, are we going to see any Form 5 today?
Well, we've been seeing a little bit of it from some of the different athletes. So we've seen some of those Form 5-esque rotations from Callum. We've seen some of that Form 5 aggression from Hannah, especially. And we may see a little bit more in Pool B from some of the other Form 5 athletes who are competing.
So again, unfortunately, I think this was Martin stepping out of the
Unfortunately,
ring.
Yeah, he's definitely got a good idea of what he needs to work on, for UK Arena in a couple of weeks.
So the UK Arena is going to be on the 26th and 27th of July, I believe.
That's correct, yeah. Yeah, hosted up here in Manchester for the first time since we've been around, which is really good for us to be able to host it. It would be nice.
Fantastic. So I believe the previous UK arenas have all been in Bristol, was it?
So it's moved around a bit. So it's been in Oxford, it's been in Cheltenham, it's been in Bristol, and in Birmingham as well. So it's the first time it's come to the north.
And there are academies in all of these areas as well.
Yeah, so there is very long-standing academies in Bristol and in Birmingham. And then we've got Cheltenham that has recently reopened. That was where LudoSport first started in the UK. So it's where it first came to. So we're getting a style penalty here. for doing these aggressive form 5 movements, coming down that central line instead of focusing on the external of the opponent. He's coming down very straight, which is why he's been given a style penalty there. And that brings us to the end of Pool A.
With a 0-2 to Callum on that one, I believe.
Yep.
So next up, we're going to be seeing the Pool B.
Yep.
I'm learning the alphabet as well now.
So we're going to be moving on to Pool B now. So we're going to have 10-minute break to allow them to warm up and for the officials to kind of cool down a little bit after having quite an intense first pool.
Well, fantastic. We will be coming back to you in 10 minutes. So we're going to be able to have a little break now, hopefully, to allow us just to get our breath, get everything back in, and we'll be coming straight back to you to make sure that we don't miss any of the matches coming in. Sorry, just having a little bit with the box, but we'll get back onto that. Right, so for now, I'm going to say we're going to be back now in roughly 10 minutes as the next competitors warm up and get ready to come in. So we'll be back very shortly.
Fantastic. How many have we got watching? Do you know?
We've got 10 people watching right now. We've got just over 90 people.
Nice. Nice, nice.
I feel like it's going quite well.
I mean, in terms of technically and the way that the tournament's going, it's fantastic. I think, well, I'm going to, now that we know how the tournament works, especially sort of like going into internationals, is basically get marketing plug output and stuff like that, isn't it? So that's generally what, once we've done like a test,
Yeah.
basically what becomes kind of like using some thing altogether.
Yeah. Because the way that we're going to have the UK, we're going to have 2 arenas now.
Hello, I'm Sam from Shots On. Welcome to the LudoSport Manchester and Liverpool Academies tournament. Now, like me, this might be the first time that you've seen LudoSports performed live. But don't worry, we're going to have experts with me all day in the commentary booth to make sure that all your questions are answered. But here's a quick rundown. LudoSport is a mixed-gendered, lightsaber-inspired sport focused on respect and control. Athletes compete one-on-one to score points by making contact on specific areas of their opponent. There are 2 types of hits: a non-mortal hit, known as an E, or a mortal hit, known as an R. Players call out hits on themselves, maintaining an honor system. If a non-mortal hit has been made, the player who has been struck must lower their guard and give their opponent an opportunity to score a mortal hit, an R. A round ends when a mortal hit is scored and the attacker earns a point. Matches are best out of 3 or until a 90-second combat time limit is reached. The time limit is removed in later stages of the tournament. But it's not just about the hits. Style and form are also rewarded and scored. Players' control and use of their chosen combat form is rated throughout the tournament, leading to both a combat and a style champion and leaderboard. That's the basics. For more information, you can check out ludosports.net or the links in the description here. If you have any further questions, leave them in the comments and I'll try and get them answered throughout the day. Ooh, before I forget, give Shots On a subscribe. It really helps grow our channel and allows us to continue filming new and exciting sports and activities. Now, let's go see some lightsaber dueling. Hello, I'm Sam from Shots On. Welcome to the LudoSport Manchester and Liverpool Academies Tournament. Now, like me, this might be the first time that you've seen LudoSports performed live, but don't worry, we're going to have experts with me all day in the commentary booth to make sure that all your questions are answered. But here's a quick rundown. LudoSport is a mixed-gendered, lightsaber-inspired sport focused on respect and control. Athletes compete one-on-one to score points by making contact on specific areas of their opponent. There are two types of hits: a non-mortal hit, known as an E, or a mortal hit, known as an R. Players call out hits on themselves, maintaining an honor system. If a non-mortal hit has been made, the player who has been struck must lower their guard and give their opponent an opportunity to score a mortal hit, an R. A round ends when a mortal hit is scored and the attacker earns a point. Matches are best out of 3 or until a 90-second combat time limit is reached. The time limit is removed in later stages of the tournament. But it's not just about the hits. Style and form are also rewarded and scored. Players' control and use of their chosen combat form is rated throughout the tournament, leading to both a combat and a style champion and leaderboard. That's the basics. For more information, you can check out ludosports.net or the links in the description here. If you have any further questions, leave them in the comments and I'll try and get them answered throughout the day. Ooh, before I forget, give Shots On a subscribe. It really helps grow our channel and allows us to continue filming new and exciting sports and activities. Now, let's go see some lightsaber dueling.
Hello, and we're back. I'm Sam from Shots On, and with me still is...
Daniel Salmons from LudoSport Manchester.
Fantastic. So we're about to go into pool play B now, so the second half of the tournament.
Yep.
The players have just had their
Warm-up time in their athlete briefing and all that
athlete
sort
briefing.
of stuff.
That's the word that I'm trying to remember now. You see, we've only been streaming for, only tournament on for about an hour and a half, and my brain's already starting to go. This is why we need, experts like yourself here.
Yep. And it's also why we need breaks as well, because you can imagine if we had, this going constantly one after the other, the official to start making some, dodgy calls because they're a little bit tired. But we're very fortunate that we got some fantastic officials with us today. Okay, so we're going straight into the fight with Kit and Ruth. So again, Ruth is one of our newer members, started in September. Kit's been going for a little bit of time now, for about the same time as Grace actually, so on his second year of study, which is why he's favouring a little bit more Form 2, because it's one that he's been studying more recently.
So, and you say Grace is quite new to the sport, so presumably favouring Form 1.
Ruth, yeah. Ruth is very, very new to the sport. She started in September as well with the rest of her class.
Fantastic. So one thing that I've noticed, as I say, as the layperson here, is that Kit's saber on the clash is changing colour.
Yes.
Which is quite nice. Is that something that's a bit more common? Sort of like with, I think it's at a custom saber that he's got his own one.
No, so it is his own one, but it is a Polaris, so it's one of the ones that we use predominantly within the sport. They are set to have a flash on clash. So it's to help help the officials and audience to see when a strike has hit the opponent. So by default, all of them should have a flash on class, usually yellow. Usually white. However, there is an issue, I believe, at the moment with certain colours on the new firmware that makes it yellow, which is why he's got a bit of a yellow flash and clash at the moment.
Fantastic. So again, as a layperson, that's something that I didn't think about. The flash does show you when contact is made.
Yeah, makes it a lot easier for the officials and star judges and audience to tell when there's been some contact.
That was a fantastic over the head block there.
Yeah, it was very nice. And again, Kit's trying quite a lot to find his way in here, blocks it, moves into the next thing, and then finishes with a strike to that leg as well, blending quite nicely Form 1 and Form 2, using Form 1 a lot for that kind of defensive, safe house with the with a more aggressive, direct Form 2. Okay, so we're on Unapari right now.
That's 1-1, I believe, is it?
Yes, correct.
I don't know at what point I missed a...
Ruth, I believe, scored a point fairly early on. And time. So this is the first time we've actually had it with, within this tournament, where we actually have had the time limit has been reached for the fight.
So that's a 90-second time limit of combat time, isn't it?
Correct, yeah.
So that's not per round, that's per 3 matches.
Per 3 matches, yeah. So whenever stop gets called, the timer gets stopped, kind of like how you would get with rugby. Timer gets stopped and then continues. But yes, we have reached the 90 seconds. Very rare for that to kind of happen in a tournament. But both of them were trying to gauge each other and scope each other out.
I think that's one of the, as you say, similar to other sports, like you'd have the shot clock in basketball, giving that little bit of extra incentive to push people towards engaging.
Exactly, yeah, because you don't really want to have, a fight where nothing really happens in it, or a sport or a competition where nothing really happens.
Or especially when there are so many competitors and so many rounds to get through in the day.
Exactly. So we've got Harry and Lily up now. So again, Harry has been training for around about 3 years, and Lily has actually only started earlier this year in around February. So she's only been training for a few months at this point.
Fantastic. So I believe I recognise Lily from the Manchester Academy. Is Harry? Is he Manchester?
Harry's also Manchester. Yeah. He normally trains in our Thursday night class. So we have multiple different nights in which we train. So we've got quite a few who train on the Thursday and the Friday. We were here today with Lily being one of the ones who trained on the Tuesday. White card warning there just for those declarations, not moving them out of the way.
So again, with the declarations, if you get a non-lethal hit, so essentially below the elbow or knees, that is an E.
Correct.
Yes. That you need to call out and remove your saber from a guard position.
Yeah, just to give your opponent an opportunity to capitalise that and get an O.
And an O being the mortal boon, the mortal strike, and also gets you a point.
Correct. Yeah.
Ooh, that was a very, very nice strike there, straight to the stomach.
Yeah.
Nice and controlled, just under his guard, I think.
And it's a little bit of a shame for Harry as well, because that was a really nice bit from covering the head, coming round into a lateral strike. It just didn't work out for him at this time.
I believe they both went into that with a bit of a plan.
Harry's got quite a fluid style, which is quite nice to watch.
As you say, the sport is based on, calling out your own hits, the honour-based system on it.
Yep.
So it's lovely to see. One thing I would say with Lily there, the distance she's taking when she removes her guard, is that necessary to take that much sort of like distance back?
No, you don't necessarily have to. It all comes down to personal preference. You could essentially not move from that spot if you want, but then you're making it easier for your opponent to score an off. Whereas if you move back, you make it a little bit harder for them, and they have to kind of chase it down a little bit more. So that's why we kind of encourage it, just to try and make it a little bit more difficult.
So now we've got Gareth and Colin.
Yep. So again, Colin started in September of last year, and Gareth is on his second year, so he's training Form 2 at the moment, but likes to blend both styles quite a fair bit between Form 1 and Form 2. Gareth is actually Grace's dad as well, and they train together on a Thursday, which is quite nice.
Oh, fantastic. I think, again, that's one of the great things about the sport. It is open for everyone to get involved at every level, really.
Yeah, definitely.
It's a great way, as I say, sort of like father-daughter activity.
Yeah.
Or friends just getting together.
Yeah. And this is quite a nice thing. You get quite a lot of people who either come with people they know, or they start and they join and meet people then. So again, white card for a high strike coming towards the face there.
So despite there being a warning there for coming towards the face, he's awarded the point there. Is that because the warning is very much a case of you were getting close to doing it, so look out for it,
Exactly,
but you haven't actually fouled?
Exactly. So it's the warning's there just to kind of give them a bit of a heads up and make them aware of what they're doing, but also at the same time, if you get 3 white cards within a single match, it automatically gets elevated to a yellow card, which you then concede a point to your opponent at that point.
So it is very much just a case of, because everyone's always learning. I think. It's a continual process of learning.
Oh yeah,
when
for
you're doing
sure.
any sort of martial sport.
Yeah.
So the white cards almost to this, bit of advice.
Yeah. One of the things we used to turn around and say when we were first, first introduced the white card was that they're essentially like your friend. They're there to kind of tell you how you can improve and what you can do better, in the sense of respect and care to yourself and to your opponent. And so that's how we like to kind of look at them, as they are corrective measures rather than punishment methods.
Fantastic there. I think Ruth there very much going on the offensive there.
Yeah.
Seeing that Harry might have been on a bit of a back foot and just pushing.
Yeah. Ruth has that, does have that kind of style where she does like to push and tries to be quite aggressive, whereas Harry can be a little bit more on the defensive and moving on the outside. So the two are quite paired quite well, really, for quite an interesting duel.
Again, coming from the outside of the sport here, I think the pairing here, as you say, they're very much demonstrating the cutting lines quite well in terms of the cutting and then the responding parry to it.
Yeah.
Keeping their edges very straight as they go.
Yeah, they've both been pretty clean with their technique. For the most part, the strikes are hitting where they should be hitting, on like the target lines. There's a couple that are potentially going a little bit too high, but no doubt they will get pulled by an official at some point. Okay, so again we've got an E, where it was an art in Missouri. So again, it came in, hit the forearm quite close to the body, so would have continued to go through and into the point scoring zone.
So again, as we saw earlier in the tournament, very much taking the approach that with the lightsaber itself, it will cut straight through an arm, so you're not going to be able to block a mortal blow coming in. So I believe that's 2-1 in favour of Harry there.
Yep.
Have we got any update on the how the styles are looking for Pool B?
Yeah. So on Pool A, we can kind of have a quick chat about that, just to kind of see where they've all kind of come up to. It's probably no surprise really that Nathaniel is currently ranked number 1 for style, with an average, with quite a high average style score there of 6.
So again, Nathaniel, we saw using the daggers.
The daggers, yeah, and he's been looking really, really good today. He's closely followed by Grace and Hannah, who are both on 5.9. So again, it's quite tight up there on the top. We're already seeing some pretty decent style scores going on in this pool as well, with some 5.8s and some 5.7s. So again, decent. We're seeing some really good style today, seeing some pretty good style points. So far, no one is below that 5.5 mark, which I personally like to see. because if there's anyone there, it means there's too many penalties. And then I have to go beat some people in training.
And of course, you're actually would you describe it as the head coach of the Manchester?
Yeah, I'm like the head instructor, yeah.
Head instructor,
Yeah.
of course. So, of course, a lot of these students have trained under you or people that you've trained to train them.
Yeah, so all of them have learned under me at some point with one form or another. Some are current students, some are students who trained with me last year or the year before. And then I'll occasionally do the occasional class with them, throughout the year to cover some of the other instructors that we've got.
So I believe that's 3-0.
A 3-0
for
to
Gareth
there. Yeah.
So again, I think Gareth very much taking a very patient approach.
Yes.
So I couldn't figure out how to say that word. then.
He is a very patient fighter there. So this is actually should hopefully be a very good fight. So we've got Javier and Chris, who are two of our most experienced athletes, both started at the same time as me. So hopefully we should see some really good combat here, with Javier as well being one of our instructors. Very quick first assault
very
there.
Fast.
Both trying lots of different things. Javier being very aggressive.
So I believe that was a cut to the upper thigh, I think.
Yeah. Very nice there from Javier. Catching that E and then finishing with that R. Very precise.
They're moving too fast for me to get the right angles on them.
Very quick. This is how some of the higher level athletes will perform. There'll be very quick points with lots of different things happening in them. So these are definitely a couple to watch. Again, as I said before, Javier has podiumed for Style in the last two academy tournaments. This should also be quite an interesting fight as well, because Javier is currently Kit's instructor in Form 2. So really, Javier should have the insider knowledge here on how to beat Kit in a good fight.
See, I think in that case, sorry, did you say Kit is the instructor?
No, Javier in the
Javier.
blue. Yeah,
so I think in
Javier
terms of that, Javier can't lose then, in the sense of if Kit wins, then he's a good instructor.
Exactly, exactly. It's a win-win situation. Javier being very cautious here and playing, being very much just on the outside of that measure, just to kind of then coach him in and then pull through. Some very nice style there.
So from Kit there, we're seeing a very bouncy in and out, getting in to try and make an attack and getting out quick.
Yeah.
I assume that's knowing his instructor. He doesn't want to be stood too close to him for too long.
Exactly. Oh, bit of a cheeky circolare there. A little bit of a complex technique from Form 3.
So there, we saw multiple times there, both of them getting the E at the same time, backing off, giving themselves a bit of a breathing space there.
It happens quite a fair bit, especially with Form 2 practitioners, because you're constantly trying to work on this centre, trying to achieve, give yourself an opportunity there. So you tend to find a lot of times where you get this kind of double E kind of situation.
Fantastic. So now we have Gareth versus Ruth coming up.
Yep.
So again, how long have these players been? These athletes been in?
So Ruth has been training since September, and Gareth is on his second year now as well. So he's in the same class as the likes of Kit and Grace and a few others as well.
Fantastic. Again, a little bit slow to engage.
Just kind of testing the water a little bit here. Both of them not too sure on how they want to proceed yet.
So I believe both of them using a form of Form 1 here.
Correct, yeah. So mainly, they're both using mainly Form 1, which is kind of like, seems to be the preferred form really for Gareth, despite the fact that he knows Form 2. And he'll sometimes slip into Form 2 when he wants to kind of quickly close that point kind of thing.
So form 1 being a more defensive style of combat here, it seems, especially as we just saw there, a bit slower getting into the combat there, almost like you're waiting for your opponent to give you that opening rather than forcing it yourself.
Again, this comes down to personal. It depends on the athlete. So a lot of times you find that people who are first starting to learn Form 1, the majority are a little bit more. Form 1 can be very aggressive, despite the fact that it is kind of defended and safe. It can still be incredibly aggressive and a very good kind of style to use against any other style, which is the beauty again of the sport. Each style has its own. Can stand its own against any other style, despite the whether it's Form 3, Form 1, Form 5, whatever.
So there, I believe is that a doppio just being called there? Both of them making contact at the same time, nullifying themselves?
I believe so.
So again, the sport being based on a very strong honor system of making your own calls when you are struck. The referee took a moment to clarify with the players earlier to just see sort of like which hit happened first.
Yep.
Which it's a lovely thing to see, being able to actually, the refs trust the players enough to actually say like, okay, was this hit before or after the call was made?
Exactly.
So we're getting a white card warning here for centre line.
Yeah, so again, those strikes coming along that centre mass of the body rather than coming on the outside, just something to be aware of, because we want to try and avoid those stabs wherever we can possibly can.
And as you said before, a white card, rather than thinking of it as a warning, thinking it as a bit of helpful advice.
Yeah, kind of like a bit of a... I mean, it's still a warning, but thinking of it more of a case of, a little bit of a slap on the wrist and don't do it again, rather than, anything, too detrimental. Okay. Okay.
So this is a warning for the strikes not stopping where they should be.
Exactly, so those strikes coming into that central line. So instead of stopping on the outside, so like on the out of the external of the arm or the external of the legs, they're continuing to follow through, so they're going across the body. So they need to be stopping, because if it's across the body, there's that chance of, impaling our opponent, and we don't want to do that wherever we possibly can.
So making sure that you're stopping after your contact, as opposed to almost, as you say, impaling or whipping your opponent.
Exactly, yeah.
So again, lovely show of respect for your opponent there.
Yeah, mainly, very much a case of, having care for our opponents, so that we're not, hurting them, and we're not causing any point, any kind of damage or, injury to our, to our opponents. And essentially our friends, the people that we train with every week.
Well, it's one thing that I always say in any sport, especially on a Sunday, is we've got work on Monday. Let's make sure everyone makes it there, isn't it?
Yeah. So Colin and Lily are part of the same class here as well.
So I believe this is a white card that's been called.
Yep.
So I think that is Lily going down the centre line, which can be a bit of a stab, and Colin because his strike was too high and across the face of Lily.
Yeah, so both of them were moving very, very straight on. Form 1 especially, we try to encourage this idea of moving around into circles, which is kind of dictated by the form logo, if you ever see it.
I wish I could get it on the screen for you now.
But we try to encourage this idea of moving around, which then means that the techniques are more safe, but they're both moving very, very straight in that point. And then, Colin's strike was quite high. This one, we're seeing some slow declarations, so hopefully they will speed them up.
Well, that was actually
the movement was far better on that point.
I'm afraid I put a point on for Colin there. That was actually a doppio, both of them making a strike there.
Yep. So again, Colin being very straight here, needs to circle around a bit more. And of course, the style judge will be penalising this sort of thing as well. If they are moving very straight and they're not doing the correct movement, it will be, it will get penalised.
Let's see. So as you mentioned before, so each one of the forms has their own logo to it. Now, you've mentioned that the Form 1 logo is like a spiral.
Or it's like a big circle.
Like a big circle.
Yeah.
Do they all show the footwork pattern, or is it?
They all pretty much show the movement, that the form dictates in a quite an artistic way. Yeah. Okay. So we got a style judge penalty there to Colin for that high strike to the head.
So in terms of the style point penalty, will that affect his ranking in the style?
It definitely will, and it'll be quite severe as well. So the penalties within style take off 0.5 of your style score. So if you imagine 5.5 is 0, getting a penalty takes you down to 5 flat, which is quite a significant drop, and takes a lot of effort to get it back on. You need to essentially get 2 points in two different, a point in 2 different categories, as well as a Soggetivo to make up for it. So it takes a lot to recover from a penalty.
Because of course, as we mentioned earlier, that it's not just a case of winning the combat bouts. You're also ranked on your style and proficiency in your chosen form.
Yeah.
Which means that there's multiple routes to do well in the sport.
Exactly, and we like to see good style as well within the sport. And it's what we kind of strive for, especially here in the UK and in Manchester, especially. Very much put like an emphasis on good style rather than just winning war.
So I'm going to be quiet for a moment as I just take a photo. There. There's always a good moment for a photo. I think. There we go. So that was a doppio, neither scoring a point there as both of them made contact, I believe. Ooh, lovely backhand.
So that is what's called a revatio, which literally translates as backhand, and is a leg strike. Another doppio. This could be our first 0-0 duel.
I think it's one of those things, especially with a 0-0 duel. Well, it kind of counteracts what I was about to say there, but it does also show sort of like that both players, they're really prioritising a lot of their defence as well.
Yeah,
which
either prioritising defence or prioritising attack with reckless abandon, but neither of these two are really doing that. They're both kind of waiting and trying to go for the point that is, that's the opportunity that's presented as soon as it's available. Okay. Which is why they're kind of getting this kind of situation where there's quite a few doppios.
But again, I don't think a doppio, from what I can see, is necessarily a bad point either. It's better to get a doppio than it is to get a point against.
Yeah, so the thing that we try to kind of establish is really a doppio shouldn't really happen, because ultimately you should, especially with Form 1, you shouldn't be taking any kind of risks. So in a situation where there's a doppio that's going to recur, you should be able to change and adapt in order to protect yourself on that one. So again, Javier really trying to hold that centre and force Harry to work on the outside, and then finds that little spot there just to kind of cut through.
So of course, having your opponent towards the outside means that they can't create that space jumping backwards.
Exactly.
That we've seen people using to get away from Javier.
Yeah, exactly. So Javier's really kind of pushing this kind of, trying to command the arena, make it so that everyone's having to move on the outside, and not everybody likes working on the outside as well. So we can add a little bit of pressure onto them there.
So we've just got a white card. Do we know what that was for?
So it was a line of the attack. So there was a couple of strikes there that were quite straight on, and therefore a little bit pointy and stabby. So he's just been warned about them.
So I believe there I might be right. I might have missed it from the beginning, but they've both swapped into a Form 2 style. They're more
Exactly,
a
yeah.
bit more one-handed, a bit faster.
Yeah, and there was a lot of play there with the blades, again trying to gain the advantage there, and Harry just managed to win on that one, catching that E and then capitalising it into an R. Harry trying to play with a little bit of Form 3 here with the rotations, trying to almost pull Harry in. But Harry's not really falling for the bait. Oh, but steps out of the arena.
That was such a shame. His defence there, he really built a nice little bubble for himself.
That was just unfortunate, that.
That was unfortunate. But again, that's been Javier's game plan, forcing people towards the side, reducing the amount of space that they can have to play in.
Exactly, making it more likely for them to make an error like stepping out and getting forward.
So now we have Chris Lynn and Kit Hargreaves?
Yep.
I do apologise. I'm very dyslexic, so if I make anyone's name what it
Sure,
is,
they won't mind too much. So again, we're seeing quite a lot of Chris's fast style here versus Kit's more measured and, you know, calm kind of response.
So, as I say, as a novice here, it was pretty obvious to me that neither of these two are novices. Just
Exactly.
in that little bout.
Yeah, so as I say, Kit's been training for 2 years now, and Chris has been going since 2018 as well. So he's been going for quite some time, and has completed multiple different forms. Currently studying Form 5 as well.
So that was a nice extended bout from the two of them.
Yeah, there was a lot of play, a lot of attempting.
So we've got a white
Okay.
card here
Yep.
for an offhand strike.
Yes, so offhand strikes are completely allowed. You can definitely do them. The issue there was the fact that it came very straight on still, instead of coming from the outside, coming in. We try to prioritise this as much as possible, just to make the technique safe. Because again, if we just go straight through and stab with no body protection, we could cause some real damage.
Fantastic.
Again,
I
that
believe
was-
this comes off of a lunge here from Kit,
Yep.
going
So
under
very
the guard.
nice. And again, Chris is just following it around, coming around the back there, just to really cement that point. Very nice point on that last one.
So again, pretty much a backhand almost there on the back of.
Yeah, just kind of, again, utilising that 360-degree cutting edge, just moving it around his opponent so that they had no way of avoiding it.
So I believe now this is Gareth. This is Javier.
Yep. So again, currently Gareth is studying under Javier, so again, another situation of master versus student.
Again, a win-win for Javier here.
Exactly, he can't lose at this point. A very nice point from Gareth there as well. So the officials just called continuare there, just because it was a very clear Isa or. So there's no point in stopping the combat and going Isa or continue. They might as well just say continuare, just to continue the flow of the combat, just so it doesn't add too many breaks or stops.
So that's because the E happened on the attacking player who got the R.
Exactly.
So it meant that the R is discounted.
Exactly. Very nice little bit of control there from Javi. Just clipping the end of Gareth's pommel there before going in, making him have to withdraw.
So I think again there from Javi, we saw the control that when the E was called, very lightly just step in and the tap towards the centre of mass there.
There's definitely been some really good combat from a lot of people in this pool again, which is what we really like to kind of see.
So now this is Chris. Oh, sorry, this is Harry versus Chris, I believe.
Yep. Very quick strike there from Chris, just getting around
So I believe
before
that
Harry could react.
sounded a little bit like a donkey there of how quick the calls were made there with ER.
Yep. It's quite a common thing we find sometimes.
Ooh, lovely dive there.
And again, so it's a very good use of form for this kind of unpredictability. Went for that leg strike whilst also moving. And it was quite nice as well that he recovered so that he could also continue on to do something else if he needed to.
So form forward's a bit more acrobatic, I hear.
Yeah, exactly. Which is a style that Chris is personally trying to improve and get better at as well, because he kind of feels that it's his preferred style. I mean, if he keeps this up as well, you can see why it's his preferred style.
Of course, he's very good at getting beneath the guard of his opponent.
Yeah.
So now, following up, I think we've just hit the halfway mark of Pool B. And we're having a swap over of the
officials once again, yeah.
So now this is... Who's coming in as the head official now?
So Megan is now stepping in as the head official, with Guy stepping down into that assistant role.
So do we know where Megan and Guy are from?
Yeah, so they are both from the Bristol Academy, as is Seb as well. So they've come up from Bristol to officiate for us today. So once again, Lily and Ruth are in the same class, so again, very familiar with dueling one another.
So I believe that was just a very nice, tight little backhand to the upper knee.
Yep.
Again, both being a little bit cautious here, but stepping out of the arena.
It is always very disappointing when we get a 4-y. You can always tell when the athlete realises, because you see this kind of drop.
Oh, of course. You never want it to be a technical issue that loses you a point.
Exactly.
So we've got a stop here after an E, and the referees have called out a timeout.
Yep. So
do we know what this is going to be for?
So I'm not 100% sure. It could be a case of Megan saw something or thought she may have seen something, so she's just asking Guy, who's got a different viewpoint, to see if they saw anything from there. So it's been called as Nulo because they're unsure as to what's happened, or that nothing's happened.
Let's see.
So again, just feeling each other out.
So again, both of them being able to hold very central now. I think after stepping out once, not wanting to risk the same issue.
Yeah, being very aware of that space.
That brings the score to 2-1 in favour of Ruth.
Yep. And again, we're seeing some really good style as well from these two. With 5.8s and 5.9s. So again, this is what I personally like to see as their instructor. I like to see some high style scores here.
Again, as the instructor here, I don't think you can lose today either, whoever wins.
Exactly. It's always going to be a case of whoever wins, I will be very happy. That was very much Javi punishing Colin for being very straight on with his movement, and basically just held the blade there to let him walk on it.
You just got a note that someone really likes the slow motion replays. We could do them even slower for you if you wanted.
Super slow.
Yes.
Unfortunate there.
In terms of that, I think that's the first time I've heard wind being cut a little bit as one of the blades was put through.
Yeah, so this is one of the things that you'll see with the more advanced styles in particular. So Form 5 really likes this kind of aggressiveness, and nothing sounds more threatening than the whoosh of a lightsaber flying through the air.
Especially, as I say, with that hum, that you've just got to love the hum.
Yes.
Like the constant hum in the air from the blades going.
It's the best feeling in the world when you hand a new person a lightsaber and you see the light, flash upon their face as they're hearing the hum and seeing the light flash, and the different clashes and the likes as well. So Javi's been very technical here, trying to really school and use that kind of precision that he's worked on to really kind of make Colin move around. I'd like to see a little bit more aggression from Javi actually in this fight, but we'll see how it continues.
I mean, at the moment during this fight, Javi leading 2-0 or 2-0.
Mm-hmm.
As we say, it would be interesting to see more aggression, but it's also a case of, does he need to put it in at this stage?
No, but also it's a case of your pool stage is like the best place to work on that style score. Because if you imagine during the pool stages you have around about 7 different fights, and then even when you get through to the final you have around about 7 fights as well. So the majority of people aren't going to make it to that final. So where your style score really gets kind of in is in this stage. So we've got a style penalty to Colin once again, this time for declarations. So that's going to hurt Colin quite a fair bit with his style overall today.
Are we able to have a quick look at the styles and see who's currently leading?
So currently leading is Nathaniel, from Pool A, with Javier not too far behind. So he's still got a few more fights where he can kind of pull this back and push himself up into that first place spot. But we'll just have to wait and see.
So we've got Chris and Gareth, I believe.
Again, that's kind of those top spots are very close. Top 5 all being within that 5.9 range.
So a very quick order. I believe Gareth preempting the
Watching and waiting for that rotation just to
spin there.
punish it. Yeah.
again just.
We always try to call them rotations rather than spins, just because it upsets Seb. If he hears you say spins, he may be angry.
I might go for pirouette then. Shall I? We'll pirouette it. Now we just need someone to do a pas de bray and we'll be all right. Ooh, it's a lovely strike just on the shoulder there, I believe, from Chris.
So again, Chris really trying to get that offhand. It's very risky doing an offhand to the upper body because there's so many things that could potentially go wrong, but it worked out for him quite well this time.
Of course, as we saw earlier with a player just being slightly too high on that line.
Some very nice change of heights from Chris there, but Gareth just reading through it and just... Okay. So again, that white card one for the blade continuing across the body rather than stopping on the outside there.
So in terms of the actual strikes, we never really want to see your sternum being struck.
Correct, yeah.
So we're looking at a cut coming across rather than into.
Exactly, so we want to try and have it stop on the outside of the body rather than coming across where it could potentially be, you know, a point into the chest or into the body.
Of course, even if you're not thrusting it yourself, someone falling or, you know, just the movement of someone lunging towards you.
Exactly, yeah.
Can always be that issue.
Yeah.
So coming up now, I believe we have Kit and Harry. Very luckily was called out there from the table as I was trying to read the names.
Yep.
Fantastic. So again, these are two, I'd say, more veteran members.
Yep, so again, Kit training for 2 years, Harry's on his third, currently studying course Y, which is kind of like our intermediate kind of year where you try out some of the more advanced forms and some of the different weapons that we have available.
So what weapons are available? Because we've already seen the daggers and, of course, the sabers themselves.
Yep, so the only one that we haven't seen today is the Saber staff, which is a double-ended lightsaber. The blade is a halfway, roughly, between the length of a long saber and a dagger. So again, just to kind of give that kind of fairness with the slightly shorter blades.
But I'm gonna say no. Like, this is gonna age me. I'm a 90s child.
Yep,
I'm
me
thinking
too.
1999. There might have been a nice film there that might have seen a saber staff. Is that
Yes, yep, definitely.
Of course.
It's definitely a lot more along those kind of lines.
So a bit more acrobatic in terms of keeping it moving, so you don't get a center strike.
So you definitely have to keep it moving because, of course, with the saber being an actual target itself, as you can imagine, a staff being twice the length of a regular saber is quite a large target, so you do have to keep it moving and coming along these lines. But it does mean, because you've got two blades affixed to each other, that they're a lot quicker, you know, with their timings.
I imagine you get quite a few strikes coming off the counter in using an item like that.
Yeah.
Of course, being if you're able to defend from the front, bring it up from the backside.
Exactly. A lot of this kind of idea of one blade blocks and then the next blade follows round to counter.
So I believe we've seen 2 doppios so far.
Yep. Two very
Both of them.
interesting. It's both very interesting kind of strategies here, because as I say, Harry is very fluid and stands on the outside quite a fair bit, and Kit works fairly similarly as well.
What does that mean? 1-1.
Yes,
Una pari means 1-1. I believe I missed one of them.
we're not the only ones, because the scoreboard's also just changed as well.
I'm not gonna lie, that's how I've been doing it.
Yeah.
Fantastic. So both of them really respecting the space that the other's making here.
Yeah, so both have been very cautious, and sometimes being overly cautious means that you run out of time and can't complete your point.
So in the pool stages, of course, we've got a 90-second combat time on it.
Okay, so now we're seeing a penalty for style to Harry for the speed of his declarations. They're a little bit too quick with the return, so we need to give that opportunity. And at the moment, Harry's are coming out and then coming back in very, very quickly, so not really offering that kind of opportunity to his opponent very well.
Let's see. So now coming up, we have Colin versus Chris. So I think Colin with his mask has always been quite. Colin with his mask has always been quite recognisable.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very much learning to recognise Chris from his very distinctive style.
Yep.
Ooh.
So we see Chris there trying to go in for a Chaduto Improprio, which is again a complex technique from Form 4. Just doesn't quite work, as Colin just takes the point on the exposed back there.
True. I think, as you can see, as you say, it was a complex move that he pulled off. From my perspective, he pulled off the move quite, very well.
Yep.
But in terms of that, just having the simplicity to stand and allow the motion to come through.
Exactly. It's quite a difficult technique to pull off, which is why it's a complex technique. As part of it, what you try to do is you try to actually catch the hands with that first initial movement to give yourself that time in that space, and if you don't achieve that, then unfortunately you get hit in the back.
So we've just got a white card for the speed of the declarations.
Yep. So basically just from the point of being hit on the hands to pulling it away, that time just needs to be a little bit shorter just to appease the rules.
So, of course, as we've said before, the declarations is very much an honor-based system. Once you're struck, you need to very much allow everyone to know that you've been struck
Yeah, exactly.
and where you've been struck.
Yeah.
So again, just as a recap, there's both a non-mortal and mortal zone that you can be struck. Non-mortal, below the joint, so below the elbow, below the knee. If you're struck there, you need to give your opponent the chance to make a mortal strike on your torso.
Yeah.
So we had an E and an R here.
So it looks like this is going to be an E to R.
So,
Okay, point was given.
so that was a point for Gareth, I believe.
Yeah.
So in terms of the uniforms that we're seeing here, are they? Did they signify the amount of time that someone's been within the sport?
Yes and no. So the uniforms are down to their ranks. So those who are wearing the black t-shirt, for the most part, are novizio, which means they've just started. After 6 months, they can then qualify to be promoted to iniziato, at which point you see them with the brown tunic with the belt. And this is based on, one, they've got on a minimum number of 6 months, but then also they have to be showing the core values of the sport, so that service, care, respect, that we kind of build this sport on. Once they've done that, they can then wear the tunic. Then after they've completed course Y, so their 3rd year of study, they can then ask for an academico exam to be promoted up to be able to wear whatever colour tunic they want and have whatever colour blade they want. So like Javi and Hannah, who are wearing the different colour tunics, have both done those exams.
So you get to you earn your personality in the sport.
Exactly, yeah. And it's kind of very much a personal journey, to allow you to kind of continue and push yourself.
So here we have.
Oh, and unfortunately, Javi has straight away pushed Lily out of the arena.
So again, this is very much what we've seen his strategy being very, very aggressive throughout the tournament. And if you're not confident enough to hold yourself against his advance, you will be backed out, unfortunately.
Exactly. I mean, Javi's been very nice, I think, at this point as well. Just holding the blade there to allow her to kind of essentially kill herself on it. But it will be interesting to see how this affects his style score.
And again, moving Lily towards the back there, I think, potentially attempting to push her out, but just getting that strike beforehand, I believe.
Yeah.
Because, looking on the replay there, Lily, I think, realised that she was about to step out of the ring, stepped forward into the blade coming in there.
Exactly, yeah. Okay, so because Lily is coming back in straight away, I think she's going to take a small break just to catch her breath. Okay, nope, she's going to continue on.
So I think Lily is one of the younger members competing today.
Yeah.
So possibly just going on that youthful energy, being able to continue.
Yes. So Lily is 18, so she's the 3rd youngest. So we've got Grace, who we saw in Pool A, who's 11. And then we have Martin, who was also in Pool A, who's 16. So again, we've got some quite young, budding athletes coming through.
So Martin, he's from the Liverpool Academy.
Yes, he is. Yeah.
So not only is he the only representative of Liverpool,
Yep.
he is also the youngest.
From Liverpool, yeah.
The youngest from Liverpool.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, because of course we've got Grace, who's 11. So
Oh, of course.
kind of wins a little bit.
Yeah, just by a couple of months.
Yeah. So again, a very kind of experienced show there from Chris, demonstrating his ability and what he's been able to do. However, Lily's style score there was very high, so again, definitely did some good stuff there.
Definitely. I think especially for the length of how those bouts were going, for how long those bouts lasted, she held her own quite well.
Yes. And we can also, like the star judges as well, can also award things called difficulty points. So if they feel like they're going against a particularly difficult opponent who's not allowing them to do anything but they're still trying, the star judge may then afford them a difficulty point in that instance.
Well, that's fantastic. It's again another way that the sport, helps cater for everyone coming into it.
Yeah, exactly.
From every level. So it's not just a case of. Oh, was that a doppio?
Yes, we just had a doppio then with a what's called the gravity rule. So again, what happened there was one player went in, scored the point, but then the other player had the saber above their opponent's head. So should it have fallen, they would have cut through and killed them. Unfortunate with the rotation there for Javier. Again, went in for a circolare and then lost that point as he was coming around mid-rotation.
Again, as you say, these are players who have sparred against each other a few times.
Yeah.
I think preempting that he was going to go for his little pirouette. Just being able to lift her blade up there to strike down the back.
Exactly.
Nice and simple.
It's one of the most difficult things to do with Form 3 especially, is mid-rotation, you're presenting the back to your opponent. And if you haven't got it covered and you haven't got it protected, then you're just going to die with it.
So here is Kit and Colin. Not going to lie, that's quite fun to say.
Kit and Colin.
Kit and Colin. It's like a nice little storybook, I think.
Maybe we'll start one after this.
Yeah,
the Adventures of Kit and Colin, LudoSport athletes. Okay.
So we've got a little timeout here. What do we think this timeout's for?
I'm not 100% sure. Again, it could be a case of Guy may have seen something that, from his particular angle. And I think also Seb may have seen something as well, as he seems to be giving some of the feedback. Okay.
So this is a warning or a bit of advice on keeping the line of the attack.
Yeah, so really I would imagine that there would be a white card for this. However, it doesn't look like Megan's decided to award the card. But yeah, basically just for precision. So we are on 1-0 to Kits currently. Very slow and gentle point there.
I think after being warned about sort of like the positionings of the blade, it's one of those things where you're going to go back into it being a bit more cautious.
Yes, of course. Both very close there to scoring a doppio, but both moved out of the way before it could actually happen. And that is an R. So that should bring that up to a 2-1 to Kit.
Should do. I do apologise for the amount of swapping between the cameras there. With the circling there, I was trying to get a good angle, and I think I missed the actual hit.
It was quite a nice strike, but once again, Colin has been white card warned just due to the speed of his declarations there.
Okay, coming up now, we've got Harry versus Gareth.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we're now down to the final four duels of this Pool B.
So what happens after the final four then? How does the tournament progress?
So what we're going to go into now, so we'll have a 15-minute break after these four fights, at which point we will they will be split up into different brackets, different tournament brackets. So the top person from Pool A will face the bottom person of Pool B, the top person from Pool B will face the bottom person of Pool A, and then they will then proceed in a knockout stage of 180 seconds with the first to three, and then they will then proceed on to the next round until we get to the final, where there is no time limit, and it is unlimited time.
I've known many sports to regret having that as an option.
It very rarely ever gets more than 190 seconds, especially with the final. So lots of nice blade work there.
So we are having a bit of clarification here, where the ref is asking if the scoring player there, so on Harry, if he felt a hit beforehand. Harry said no.
Yep.
The honor system of the game. So we got to stop there. So again, it looks like Gareth is using the technique of pushing him right to the edge again.
Yep.
Cutting out his space that he's got to move in.
And it seems to be a tactic that, definitely works, definitely worked in that one in particular. There was a lot of kind of play between the two of them, both when they were using Form 1, both trying to get that advantage as much as possible, and that's reflected in their style scores, as they both got 5.8 there.
Oh, fantastic. Are we able to have a quick update on how the style scores are looking?
Yep, so we are still having that really... there's been a little bit more of a separation now, actually, with those 4th and 5th place. With Kit and Chris now switching places. So Kit's now in the 5th position at 5.8, with Chris at 5.8 as well. So still very, very close in anyone's game.
So both players here, or both... What do we call a LudoSports member?
Player, athlete, participant, Kit and Lily, whichever you
Lily
want.
works as well. So both athletes really here seeing slightly they want to keep the centre.
Yes, they're both trying to fight for that kind of the space and trying to, control that area.
I think we've seen throughout the day, a few people forgetting where they are and stepping out of the ring and just making sure that you're closer to the centre is a nice, safe option.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of caution at the moment with that kind of arena boundary, so they're not wanting to get there.
Sure. So we've had a stop called. So this is a white card for Lily for declaring ease. It might be a case of Lily hasn't felt the ease coming in, and she's just been advised to use your ears to make sure that you're also listening out for when it hits your clothes as well.
Yeah, it's quite difficult sometimes, especially when you're in the middle of combat, and these new gloves that we've got as well are very, very good at protecting your hands. So sometimes it's easy to miss a knee. You just have to be so on it and aware of those strikes that are coming in.
Again, both of them showing quite a lot of respect for the other, testing each other out, looking for an opening. And I think that
very nice little bit there.
Being nice and patient there, just waiting until an attack that he was comfortable dodging came in to do a nice little backhand on the upper thigh, I think.
And again, the quite nice thing about that is with his movement as well, is he was potentially going to be underneath that fendente, and that was one thing I was concerned about.
So again, as you said earlier, if he was underneath the fendente, that would have counted.
In a doppio, exactly. But because he took that nice step out, came in with that revatio, it just meant then that, he scored a very nice point there without actually, conceding one. So again, some really nice work there.
Very nice and clean. Because that's, it's one of the issues that I've had with quite a few martial sport, sword-based sports and things like that, is the idea of what happens after the attack.
Yeah.
Where, fencing, for all it's meant to be the art of touching without being touched, but once you've made that, once you've made the contact on someone, that's it. They forget about, a sword will drop down on your head.
Exactly.
And it's quite nice seeing that that's accounted for within LudoSports.
Well, yeah, because again, we're trying to keep some sense of realism with a fantasy weapon. To have something that would make sense.
So a cheeky little E there.
Unfortunately, didn't continue on.
I think I might get the names wrong here because they have circled a few times here. But I think it's potentially that I think it's potentially that Harry just has a bit of a quicker back step than Colin can keep up with there.
Yeah,
So
Harry's definitely very, very mobile, so can move quite a fair bit. Looks like he may have just been given a card for control. Okay.
So Harry here using a Form 2, I believe.
Using a combination,
it's a
yeah, but predominantly using Form 2. Every now and again slipping into a little bit of Form 1, a little bit of Form 3, but mainly using Form 2 as his basis in this duel in particular.
So I believe that was a doppio.
Okay. So Harry there was going to be awarded the point, but because he felt like it came in at the same time, again has done the right thing and declared that he got hit, simultaneously making it a doppio.
Again,
so again, a very good sign.
Fantastic display of the respect and the actual sportsmanship in the LudoSports there.
And it's fantastic to see. It's really nice to see. Again, Colin just using those laterales just to try and pin Harry in there. Could be another doppio there, so we could be finishing on a 1-1.
Is this a doppio?
Yep. Yep, so we're finishing on a 1-1 round.
So 1-1 there. Again, great display of sportsmanship there.
Yeah. And so we are on our final match of Pool B with Ruth and Chris.
So how long has Ruth been practicing?
So Ruth has been training since September of this year with her partner Ethan, who we saw in Pool A. That was a very nice use of Chiduto and Proprio there from Chris. Catching that E on the first rotation there. So came in, caught the E, and then continued.
So again, Chris is very dangerous on his second intent. I always find he'll make that block and then he'll just swing back to get you.
Yeah.
As you've said before, with a 360 cutting edge, essentially, you can't discount that backhand.
No, definitely not. Okay, so again there, Chris saying E first, because he felt the E come in before he got that R. So again, showing that good sportsmanship of going, I received the E before I made contact with the R.
Still continuing through with the motion that he's doing.
Yeah.
I think most of the time it's safer to continue that than try to suddenly stop yourself.
Exactly. And sometimes it can be very, very quick as well, so there's not enough time to react for it before you've already completed it.
I imagine after a while as well, making your call as well becomes almost sort of like an instinct.
Exactly, yeah.
Are you able to explain what's just happened?
So there was just a little bit of clarification on the score there. So Megan made a slight mistake with declaring the score on that previous round, and just clarified there that it is 2-0 to Chris at this moment in time. And then that final one has been declared as a doppio, again due to the gravity. And that now finishes Pool B with a victory to Chris there on that final round.
Fantastic. So as you say, that was a doppio because She was under because Ruth was underneath Chris's blade.
Exactly, yeah. So it's one of those ones that you just have to make sure that you're moving from underneath there when you're completing that strike. Otherwise, it's going to end up with a doppio.
Fantastic. So we've just been told now that there's 10 minutes before the elimination round.
Yep.
So we're going to. So that's going to be a case of, as you say, sort of like the top seeding is now going to go towards the lowest seeding out of these pool players. So we're going to be back in about 10 minutes then to show you how the tournament progresses and hopefully find out who our champion is.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Before we go, are we able to give a quick breakdown on the styles points at the moment?
Yep. So currently, as it stands, we have top three being Nathaniel, Javier, and Grace, and Hannah on in the fourth position, all on that 5.9 and above. So again, very, very close. With Nathaniel and Javier being on 6.0, with only 0.57 in between Nathaniel and Javier. So very, very close margins. So in these elimination stages, anything can happen. There's definitely no one at the moment who's run away with their style score. And even those people who are in 5th and 6th, they're still very close on those 5.8s. Again, so I look forward to seeing what happens in those elimination rounds.
It's going to be exciting to see. I'm just doing a little bit of spell checking there as I put that note. But it's going to be exciting to see, and we're going to be right back as soon as we can. Until then, do us a favour, subscribe to the channel, help us continue to get out more live streaming in sports, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes to find the champion of the Manchester and Liverpool, I almost said London then, Manchester and Liverpool LudoSports Academy tournament.
Hello, I'm Sam from Shots On. Welcome to the LudoSport Manchester and Liverpool Academies tournament. Now, like me, this might be the first time that you've seen LudoSports performed live, but don't worry, we're going to have experts with me all day in the commentary booth to make sure that all your questions are answered. But here's a quick rundown. LudoSport is a mixed-gendered, lightsaber-inspired sport focused on respect and control. Athletes compete one-on-one to score points by making contact on specific areas of their opponent. There are two types of hits: a non-mortal hit, known as an E, or a mortal hit, known as an R. Players call out hits on themselves, maintaining an honor system. If a non-mortal hit has been made, the player who has been struck must lower their guard and give their opponent an opportunity to score a mortal hit, an R. A round ends when a mortal hit is scored and the attacker earns a point. Matches are best out of 3 or until a 90-second combat time limit is reached. The time limit is removed in later stages of the tournament. But it's not just about the hits. Style and form are also rewarded and scored. Players' control and use of their chosen combat form is rated throughout the tournament, leading to both a combat and a style champion and leaderboard. That's the basics. For more information, you can check out ludosports.net or the links in the description here. If you have any further questions, leave them in the comments and I'll try and get them answered throughout the day. Ooh, before I forget, give Shots On a subscribe. It really helps grow our channel and allows us to continue filming new and exciting sports and activities. Now, let's go see some lightsaber dueling. Hello, I'm Sam from Shots On. Welcome to the LudoSport Manchester and Liverpool Academies Tournament. Now, like me, this might be the first time that you've seen LudoSports performed live, but don't worry, we're going to have experts with me all day in the commentary booth to make sure that all your questions are answered. But here's a quick rundown. LudoSport is a mixed-gendered, lightsaber-inspired sport focused on respect and control. Athletes compete one-on-one to score points by making contact on specific areas of their opponent. There are two types of hits: a non-mortal hit, known as an E, or a mortal hit, known as an R. Players call out hits on themselves, maintaining an honor system. If a non-mortal hit has been made, the player who has been struck must lower their guard and give their opponent an opportunity to score a mortal hit, an R. A round ends when a mortal hit is scored and the attacker earns a point. Matches are best out of 3 or until a 90-second combat time limit is reached. The time limit is removed in later stages of the tournament. But it's not just about the hits. Style and form are also rewarded and scored. Players' control and use of their chosen combat form is rated throughout the tournament, leading to both a combat and a style champion and leaderboard. That's the basics. For more information, you can check out ludosports.net or the links in the description here. If you have any further questions, leave them in the comments and I'll try and get them answered throughout the day. Ooh, before I forget, give Shots On a subscribe. It really helps grow our channel and allows us to continue filming new and exciting sports and activities. Now, let's go see some lightsaber dueling.
Hello, we're back. I'm Sam Davis from Shots On, and with me I've still got...
Daniel Salmons from LudoSport Manchester.
LudoSport Manchester. Fantastic. So we're just now going into the knockout stages, the final stages of the tournament. So this is going to be finals 8 or F8.
Yep.
Isn't it?
8 finals, so all 16 people who have qualified will go through now into their head-to-head knockouts to hopefully find out who will be the champion in just probably about an hour's time.
Fantastic. So we've just heard here, sort of like them going over a couple of the rules that have changed from the pool play to the rounds here. Are you able to give us a brief overview of what they may be?
Of course. So we've now changed from using a 90 seconds time interval to using 180 seconds, just because the rounds are now going to be a little bit more different because of the way in which the assaults will work. So in the pool stages, it was 3 assaults. Doppios can end with a draw, but we can't have draws in the elimination stages because someone has to go out. So instead, it is now
there has to be a winner and a loser.
Exactly. So it means that in these knockout stages, we're going to be going to the first to 3 points, which means that those rounds can be a little bit longer when we're kind of doing these now. Hence the extra time. Officials will also be a little bit more stricter with cards, so we may see a reduced number of white cards replaced with a few more yellow cards instead. But hopefully we won't see any of them.
So a yellow card, what would that be if someone were to get it?
So a yellow card would essentially assign a point to my opponent.
Oh,
okay,
right.
so it
that's
is
quite
very
a
much
hard
a penalty, exactly. And hopefully we won't see any of them, and we certainly won't see any of the higher cards like the red, which would lose the fight straight away, or the black, which would take them out of the tournament completely.
So
First point conceded already by Javier with a cheeky fendente there from Martin.
So that gives Martin our only representative from Liverpool, I believe.
And Martin has unfortunately stepped outside of the arena once again.
Again, that has been what Javier seems to like to do, push people right back until they've got no space, really.
I think it's also very difficult, but he has done fantastic for his first tournament as well. I will say that for sure.
Oh, fantastic play, especially getting a hit on Javier in the first round of this.
Yeah, for definite.
Oh, was that a doppio? I'm totally sorry.
No, that was... Oh, yep, no, it was a doppio. Wait, no.
I think it...
No, it was not a doppio. It is 2-1 to Javier. Now we are on 2-all.
2-all. Oh, I'm terribly
Ooh,
sorry.
paddy.
It's first to 3, isn't it?
First to 3, yeah. So we could have 5 rounds, which is what we're getting right now. Very close fight. Javier just finishing that up quickly, not wanting to have anything go to risk. Exactly.
Of course, I think fantastic showing there from Martin. His first tournament,
Yep.
being able to, as you say, taking him to the full 5 rounds of that.
Yeah,
Coming down to the magic goal really at the end.
definitely.
Or the magic point, I suppose.
And again, finishing with a very respectable 5.6 in that fight as well. So again, doing well. I'm looking forward to seeing how he improves over the next few years.
So
Ethan there with his very unique may your knife chip and shatter salute from June. Again, both just testing each other out in this first round.
Lovely, getting a very quick E, but managing to separate himself from the contact now.
Mm-hmm. Okay, very close on that, whether it's going to be an Is or R. Okay.
So it sounds like it was an E after the R.
Yep. So the point has been awarded to Ethan.
Fantastic. I think Ryan taking a bit more of a cautious approach.
Just testing him here, just trying to see where he could potentially move in.
Both to continue. Sorry. I think both members wanting to be the aggressor in this fight.
But yet both being very, very standoffish. It's almost like they're both wanting the other to attack them so they can do something.
Now, with the removal of the time limit, they potentially could wait for however long they need to.
Well, the time limit's only removed in the final.
We've
In
still
this,
got the
there's
time
still
limit.
180 seconds, so there's still every chance
So it's
at this.
doubled the...
Doubled the pull rounds, yeah. Ryan trying to go in for some long leg strikes there. Not quite landing yet.
Ram putting in a couple of feints there to try and draw out an attack, I think.
We've just got what looks like potentially a doppio.
Is it doppio?
Yep.
So does a doppio eat up one of the rounds?
Not anymore, no. Just because, of course, we need to have a victor, so we can't have anything that would lead to a, to a draw.
So a doppio in this stage essentially means that you replay the point.
Yeah.
We're having a quick timeout for the refs to make a discussion. I think this is a debate over if the O became before the E or the E became before the O.
Mm-hmm.
It's a bit of a chicken and the egg issue there.
Yeah, but it also means that one way one gets the point, the other way no one gets a point, and we continue to play through.
So again, just to what's happened there? Just to reiterate a little bit on how the competition works. You have the mortal areas and the non-mortal areas. So non-mortal being the below the joints, below the elbows, below the knees. Those are an E. If you're struck there, you have to lower your guard and allow a chance for your opponent to get a mortal hit on the torso, which is an O, and that's what scores you the point.
Yep.
I'm getting nodding here, so I think I'm learning it. I'm getting it. I'm getting it.
So we both just had a white card for both participants here for unsafe strikes. So being a little bit too hard or a little bit too stabby. So they both need to calm down a little bit and reset themselves.
That's just equalised the score there, Ryan.
Yep. I think both participants just need to remember to breathe a little bit and just kind of have some fun and just try a few different things.
So at the moment, we don't quite know how long they've got left on their clock.
I imagine it won't be long though.
Exactly. They've just entered the third round now, or just ended the third round. There with Nathan getting an O there from an E, keeping his blade on the inside of the
Yep.
Rand's defense there, I believe.
Yep. Again, a very nice kind of way of doing it. But Ryan comes immediately back with tying that up once again. So now we will go into a fifth round no matter what. So even now, if we run out of time, we still need to have a victor. So this will continue going until one of them scores a point.
So at this point now, it does mean that they are able to almost outweight each other.
I hope not, though.
Oh, it looks like he's gone straight for it.
Oh, wow, okay.
Ryan
Very quick.
forcing his way from an E on the hands into an R, into the inside thigh.
Yep.
So as you
Oh,
say
look,
earlier,
fantastic use of a leg strike there. Okay.
oh, it's
Ooh, okay.
no. So it was a good attempt, but he was also struck on his way in.
Yep.
It's a good example there, I think, of why you said, players can opt to wear a cup
Yes.
if they want to.
Well, players have to.
Oh, they do?
Yeah, so those, male presenting or, with the relevant
Those who want to
biologicals.
protect themselves down there.
Yes,
It's
exactly.
always a good.
It is definitely required.
We've had another null there. Still on 2-all.
It's a very, very close fight. First blood. Makes it sound like some sort of Thunderdome-esque.
So at this
First
point, this is
blood.
very much, even if you score an E, it's a.
No, so it still needs to be an R, still needs to be a fatal strike. We're essentially just playing now this round until one of them scores an R.
Let's see. Unless for a safety issue, we're going to continue.
Okay. Another white card.
So this is a white card because they both just ran straight at each other.
Exactly, very, very straight on to one another.
I see. And Ethan announcing that he got an E before he made the R on Ryan,
Yep.
which continues the play.
Yep.
Nice little bit of circling.
Yep, both of them again just being very, very cautious of one another. Neither of them wanting to give an opportunity to their opponent.
It does look like that's going to be an E before the.
It looks
the
like
R.
there was an E before that R came in, at which point it's going to be gravity and therefore Ryan's point. But we will see what the officials have to say.
We're getting a short timeout now as the officials.
They just discussed the point.
So again here, because Ethan went for a high attack there, an E, which is the first hit on the hands, very possibly could be a fatal blow because he'd still have gravity coming down.
Exactly, yeah. Oh, so there's actually been a yellow card awarded due to the fact that it was an unsafe strike, therefore giving Ryan.
So, and also a note on declaration speed.
Yep.
So the strike being unsafe there, I believe that was for pretty much the closeness to the face of the.
Yep. And so that's then awarded Ryan the point, which has then allowed him to go through to the next round. And then Ethan has also been, given a style penalty for his declarations being too slow.
We now have Hannah versus Colin,
Which
or
is
Callum,
Callum,
even,
which
sorry.
is going to be a rematch from our, from our Pool A stage.
So, do you remember how this first match went? Was this, I believe,
have
Hannah?
a quick look on the sheets, see if we can find it. Yes, so last time Hannah did win 2-0, so that may be playing in their minds as they're going into this.
Hannah sporting the red saber.
Well, it's a bit more orange.
Orange. Being pedantic, as you say, no one has a red one in Manchester. Oh, that was a
Hannah going in very, very quick
fast.
Really wanting to establish that kind of dominance very early on.
A lovely bounce back from a defence to strike across the stomach there.
Again, very quick on this next one.
So that's brought the score to 1-1.
Yep.
Again, it's the first to get 3. Both players really moving the blades about to, I think, try and bait the other into making a mistake.
Trying to bait, trying to confuse, make it so that it's not evident where they're potentially coming from with the strike. Again, very, very close point, potentially a doppio there. We will see what the officials have to say.
Having a little chat. What would you think that they're going to come back with now?
It's either going to be, I personally would probably call a Nulo, just because I couldn't see properly. It just depends on what the other angles saw. Okay,
So it
there we
looks
go.
like the point was awarded to Hannah.
Yep.
It's a difficult job being a ref in any sport.
Yep. And that was a very quick finish there for Hannah. Just wanting to close it up, just so that she's got it.
Redirection, I've got to admit. In mid swing, she redirected where her blade was going.
This is a very good kind of core value of of form 5. This idea of changing the line of attack, so you're going for one place and then you change it last second to hit somebody else, just to kind of cause this confusion within your opponent so they don't know what's coming next.
It was a very, very smart move, I think.
And again, her style score has reflected this massively with a 6.2, which is her highest of the day. So she should be very pleased with that kind of performance.
So now we have Grace versus Kit. Oh, no,
Yep.
we don't.
We
yes, we do.
Yep.
Terribly sorry. I mistook one of the judges for the opponent then.
So again, these two train together weekly. So again, going into this kind of knowing how each other fight.
again, it's difficult to say if it's an advantage or disadvantage, knowing how the other fights quite a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Because unfortunately, if you know how someone fights, they probably know how you fight.
Exactly. Both of them scoring a lot of ease on one another as they're both trying to create that opportunity to move in.
I think Grace really trying to counter Kit's height there by having a very back grip on her on the handle of her saber.
Yeah. Again, though, maintaining that pressure, trying to find that way through. Kit getting a few E strikes in, just not able to finish, but he eventually does.
Just making contact there with the stomach.
Very sudden response. I feel like this is going to be a bit of a theme for today of 3-2s and the likes.
I feel like it might be. So Grace is 11 years old.
Yes.
So is she the youngest or one of the youngest competitors in the UK at the moment?
Yes. Yeah. So we don't tend to have many people of Grace's age. We have got like kids classes in Manchester. However, they don't train with adults, therefore they can't compete with adults. Whereas because Grace trains with adults, she can. And as you can see, she definitely holds her own. Yeah.
Absolutely.
So now she's just broken the trend, and we've now got a 3-1 finish.
It's fantastic to watch. So no, again, sort of like very much demonstrating how a bit of dedication, practice can really sort of go a long way.
Yeah.
So here we have Chris and Lily.
And again, Grace's style there getting 6.2, Kit getting 6. Again, just goes to show how well they're all performing or trying to perform in these here knockouts. Okay, so that's the first point to Chris. Lily did declare an E because it hit her on the hands. However, because of the proximity to the body, he would have continued to go through and therefore scored an off.
And Chris using a very fluid style of movement around there to try and create those openings, confuse Lily as to where he's going to strike from.
Exactly, trying to make it as and again changes that attack vector, goes in for that fendente, and then quickly changes to a lateral strike.
Yeah. I mean, he went in for the strike on Saber then, I believe, and then just went over. He redirected it twice there.
Exactly. Again, utilising some of those, those strong Form 5 kind of concepts there.
Sure. And again, I imagine a lot of it, you've got to train that muscle memory, not just to be able to perform each strike correctly, but to actually break the strike and do something like that where you can
exactly.
change up
There's a reason why it's an advanced form.
So here we have
almost out of the arena there, right on the edge.
This is Daniel versus Ruth.
Very quick assault and change of strikes there. I think Ruth just managed to get in a little bit soon. Oh. So there we go, and we're back.
There we go, just a little bit of a malfunction. It happens to all of us.
Ooh. Very quick and potentially not too clear.
Lovely bit of parrying there from Ruth.
Very much holding that assault and then countering when she finds that kind of gap to go through.
Yeah, I think Daniel very much wanted to push her back, but she wasn't willing to make that space for him.
Definitely making both of them are definitely working for it and trying to make the other work for it as well.
Fantastic play. Daniel coming in a bit more aggressive there.
Very nice play there. Going for that lateral strike, running round to catch those hands to open up that opportunity, and then finishing with that fendente.
And again, you can see the control and actual care that he took not to just...
To make sure that we're not hitting too hard.
Fantastic move. So again, when it
Again,
is called...
uses the same technique again, just to finish it off. Ruth just needs to move a little bit more, and she may be in with a better chance of avoiding that.
So I think that was first an E to the hilt of the blade. And this might be it. That brings the score 3-1 in favour to Daniel.
Very well fought by Ruth there, though. Some absolute fantastic, sections of combat there with of assault and parries.
I think especially Daniel coming in with some very quick and hard blows coming in there to be able to keep the parry there and not give that space that he's obviously trying to force you to make.
Yeah, exactly. Really trying to use those kind of changes of, changes of direction, going for those rins to try and catch those hands and make those openings. The mask and snood kind of combination from Colin there really makes it look he's got some form of helmet on.
I was thinking it was a bit Zorro-esque, which, considering his one-armed approach there, a bit more rapier-like there, I think. It suited him quite well. So again, both players here, how long have they been?
So Colin started in September as well, so he's only really to doing Form 1. Gareth, however, is on 2 years. So, firmly towards the end of Form 2.
I see.
Both athletes have been white-carded for quicker declarations as well. So hopefully we'll see some better ones from them shortly.
So that's
Potentially last point here. We've got 2 points to Colin.
it's going to put a lot of pressure on Gareth to actually be the aggressor in this scene.
Manages to pull 1 point though. Gareth does need to get though the next 2 points if he wants to continue to the next round. Unfortunate.
That was
Just
fantastic
missed
reach
it.
there by Colin, I'm afraid.
Just really guessed that measure and just got him just as he was coming in.
It's a shame not to go out in a spectacular way, but it's a clever move to watch your opponent's blade, and when you've got that space, take advantage of it.
Yeah.
So this is the final round, well, the final duel in this round.
Yep.
So this is Nathaniel versus Harry.
Who are also classmates as well. So again, fight each other on a weekly basis. So this will be interesting to see how this kind of goes.
Both of them a bit more old hat than some of the other contestants today.
Exactly. Yep.
Who many of them it's their first tournament.
Yeah.
But
We've
with
got
these-
quite a few.
These two, I believe you said have they both podiumed before?
So Nathaniel has. He podiumed for War in the 2022 tournament. Harry, however, has not podiumed before.
So again, podium for War is winning the combat as opposed to going into the style points.
It is, yeah.
Very fast. This might be a doppio, so both of them getting a hit at the same time.
Yep. So you're getting the eye for it now.
I'm starting. So how long are the daggers compared to the full saber?
So the full saber, the measurements on them Something like... Let me just find that out for you now.
I've asked a technical question. Haven't I?
I must refer to the ITR, which is our official rules, because I can never remember them off the top of my head.
We have a slight timeout now, I believe. Again, checking which player was struck first, if it was an R before an E or an E before an R. Looks like the official's very confident in his original call. So that brings the score to 2-1. Still Nathan's game to play at the moment, but Harry has a chance to make a comeback here if he can get this point. Oh.
Again, a very good kind of assault there.
Does look like Harry got the point here.
Yep, so now we've brought it back up to the duel. So the long saber, the blade length out of the hilt is up to 875 millimeters, so 87 centimeters, whereas the short daggers are only up to 600 millimeters, or 605 millimeters. So again, only 60 centimeters, so there's around about a difference there of 20 centimeters.
So it looks
very
like that
good
was
duel there.
That was an R on the upper thigh of Harry there, bringing the score to 3-2, concluding the first round of knockouts there.
Yeah, so we're going to quickly move now into the full finals, with the final 8 people going in. This is
4 finals.
Quarter-finals now.
So the first one of the quarterfinals now is going to be Harvey versus Ryan.
Yep.
So now that we're in the quarterfinals, there's still a time limit?
Yes.
Still time
So
limit.
still 180 seconds. So still what they're used to in this point in the competition. It is only the finals that we change that time from a time to an unlimited. So again, these two athletes both trained together on a Friday, doing Form 5. So again, Javier just very quickly getting that first point, just to give himself some breathing room there.
So very much pushing very quickly once he's got the very first E there.
Exactly.
So the first strike where his opponent has to give him an opening.
Yep. And
Pushing
again,
on it.
nicely, there's a nice slow rotation there, almost trying to bait Ryan into coming in.
He's not messing around now, is he?
No. There's a lot of confusion there, I think, from Ryan.
Straight in.
Very
3-0.
very quick fight there.
I think just wanting to get it over there did Javi. So we now have Hannah versus Grace.
I personally was hoping that this would be a fight in the finals rather than the quarterfinals, but we shall see.
These are two very, very talented duelists that we've seen throughout the day. Both of them using very quick plays.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm hoping that the speed of the cameras can keep up.
Hannah, quite frankly, wants to be Grace's mentor as well.
I mean, both of them mirroring each other. That was a mirror of both of them getting an E, both of them then getting an R.
Absolutely fantastic first point.
0-0.
Well, first assault, sorry. Using that extra reach on the offhand there just to close that distance a little bit more.
True. Oh, they've continued.
Grace being a little bit more standoffish. She's trying to find her way in. It looks like Grace managed to just get a point in there.
that was just a little white card warning for Hannah to remember to bring her blade out of the way when she's received her E, the first hit.
Yeah, correct. And they're trying to move Grace's blade out of the way, but Grace is just bringing it straight back in, just again trying to control that centre.
Again, very fast play from the two of them.
Very, very
So I believe that was
intense.
just the same call there when
Yeah. It's sometimes quite difficult to declare when it's so quick. So sometimes you'll find some athletes will be a little bit more lax with these declarations in intense combat like this. But we do have a victory for Hannah, so she goes on through to the semi-finals.
Fantastic.
Again, some really good combat there from both Hannah and Grace.
I mean, I think you can tell by how quiet we went throughout a lot of that duel. So like, it was a good one to watch.
Yes.
So
Sometimes you forget to commentate when it's really good combat.
Oh, sometimes you don't. There's nothing you can say when it's all on screen. You can just see how it's going sometimes.
And I mean, again, the style score just reflects that with a 6.4 for Hannah, which is the highest score we've had in this tournament so far, and a 6.2 for Grace as well. So again, just kind of goes to show the level of style in that last fight.
Fantastic. So here, Chris, I believe, just taking the moment to dip his blade under the armpit of Daniel there.
Yeah. But was he quick enough for it to be a doppio, or is it going to be Dan's point?
Again, I just can't get over the joy it's bringing me just hearing all the buzz of the sabers. I mean, it's bringing out some a very primal child.
We should get you holding one later, and maybe playing with one.
Oh, you'd never get back from me, I'm afraid.
Okay. So apparently the land did not hit. Okay.
So it looks like there was. Oh, there was.
Okay, so there are. Okay.
We've got a little bit of confusion here.
Okay.
So it looks like it was actually Dan who made the hit, not Chris. I was wrong. I thought Chris
Put
had
it
it.
just across the chest and caught the point there, ever so tenderly. Chris, however, is going, I'm not going down without a fight, and so therefore closes that point very quickly.
Ooh, that was a very nice. I'm going to say jive. That's not the right word.
So again, Chris changing that hand, so he's coming over with the second to bring it up to a nice 2-1 for Chris at the moment.
I mean, as someone who's only just hit 30, I'm very jealous of Chris's knees at the moment. So we're having a little bit of a discussion with the refs.
There's every chance they're discussing whether there is, whether there's a misdeclaration or whether there was an E on the way through to the R. But we will see.
Get a moment to get a photo.
It's a good thing about having both things really to hand.
Oh yeah, you want to keep everything as close as you can. Still a little bit of a discussion. So this is the final.
We have one
Oh no, this is
more-
the first of the four.
We have one more round after this of the quarterfinals, and then we'll be quickly moving into the semi-finals. Okay.
So it's a white card for declaring and making sure that he's removing his guard when it happens.
Yeah. Okay. So we've brought this up now to a duel pari. So there's a 2-2 draw currently. Next point wins it. Okay, continuare for the doppio. So again, both athletes just trying to get their way through.
Ooh, and it looks like
I think Dan may have just declared an E there as well.
looking there, it does look like
Okay.
it potentially is
Dan's just said as well that it was an R.
does look like it was a cut across the chest.
So I think this very much will be a doppio based on what?
And so this point really, so this is going to be the knockout point if
Yep.
it's called.
Or we could replay the point if it is a doppio or a nullo.
So of course, in the knockout stage, it's the first 2-3
Yeah,
to get 2-3.
exactly.
So saying I'm learning. And this is helping me learn how to count very well. So a white card for declarations.
Yep. Okay, so they're going to replay the point. Hopefully this next point will be a lot cleaner. And we'll know who is then going on to the next round.
Ooh.
Again, another doppio there from the looks of it.
Now I'm not sure if you could hear it on the microphone, but that was such a tuneful declaration of oh by both of them. But
Yeah.
it does look like Chris has been awarded the point.
So it looks like he got there just a little bit sooner.
Right, so now we have our final quarter playoffs, which is now Colin versus
Nathaniel.
Colin and Nathaniel.
Again, I think everybody who's got to this point, I mean, everyone today should really be proud of themselves for how well they've all done, especially those of them who, it was their first tournament for.
So quite a few. It's their first tournament for today. Oh, fantastic work there. Again, with Nathan wanting to be very aggressive with his two blades there, it's quite nice of Colin to be able to stand his ground.
Yeah. But it's also at the same time very difficult because with them having two blades, it makes things quite challenging to deal with. Very nice there. Once again, just demonstrating the benefits of having two sabers, one for that defensive action and the other one for that offensive action. And once again, just demonstrating the effectiveness of daggers.
Again, Nathan's natural reach as well is it's impressive how far with his lunge he can actually extend out.
It's almost unfair, the fact that he's got this kind of reach, that it makes it almost the same length as a long saber for most people.
But that's how sport goes, isn't it? When you've got an advantage, you play to it.
Yep.
It's all within board.
For sure.
For board. So we're just having a 2-minute break while athletes get a bit of water, prepare, and I believe also make sure that we've got the right athletes competing in the semi-finals.
Yep. So we're moving into the semi-finals, and again we should have some pretty good fights here. From looking at this, we're going to have Javier versus Hannah.
Oh, I must admit that was a fight I was thinking might be a final.
That we were thinking the same thing, but it looks like we're going to have it a little bit sooner. And then we're going to have Chris Lynn versus Nathaniel Trevis in the second fight of the semi-final. So again,
Nathaniel, we've just seen there with the two lights, the two sabers,
exactly,
the daggers.
So again, this is going to be very interesting to see how this kind of plays out and who goes through to the finals.
That'd be fantastic. And we're going to have the third place playoff before the final.
Yes.
We'll have the third place playoff before the final, so we'll be able to see that. So we now only have 4 duels left of the day.
Yep.
Before we know our combat champion. Are we able to have a sneaky look at the styles sheet and see who's currently leading that, and if anyone's got?
Let's have a look. So currently it is incredibly close between Nathaniel, Hannah, and Javier, all on 6.0. So there's literally 0.2 0.22 between Hannah and Nathaniel, and 0.044 between Javier and Nathaniel. So again, very, very close. It can literally come down to these next two fights to see who is going to be our style champion out of the three of them. So yeah, but Grace again is still in there at third place on 6.022. So at the moment she's currently placed third, but could be looking to get at least fourth, which is a fantastic result for Grace here.
So first match is Javier versus Hannah of the semi-finals.
There's not as much of a clap on that one apparently. Everyone wants to see this fight, not so much the second one.
I think being one of the smaller tournaments before into the nationals, I think the audience is still warming up.
Yeah. Fantastic there with the drop into the height there to just change that angle.
So straight in there, Hannah getting the first point. Ooh.
Javier immediately responding back. This is not going to be an easy fight for either player.
Again, Hannah getting another O there. I believe as Javier tried to do a little bit of a twirl. What is it that we can't say? Spin or twirl?
Spin.
Right.
It's a rotation.
A rotation.
And Hannah really playing with that height change to really just try and confuse Javier into thinking that the strike's coming from one area and then all of a sudden it's not.
Yeah. Hannah taking that nice and quickly there with a 3-1 win, taking Hannah into the finals.
Yep.
And Javier going to be in the third place playoffs shortly.
This is actually the first time Hannah has made it to the podium for War, so I think she's going to be very pleased with her performance.
To be fair, even not getting to the podium after this point, I think she could be very pleased with her performance.
Yep.
But regardless...
And again, the style says it all, 6.2 for Javier, 6.4 for Hannah. Again, absolutely just fantastic display from both of them here.
Brilliant to see. So now we have Chris and Nathan, both competing for the final spot in the finals.
The final spot. Oh.
A very quick E followed by an R there.
Again, just changing that, making it think it's one way and then coming from the other side. Just makes it very difficult.
I think you can pretty much smell that both of them are desperate to get into this final.
Yep. Once again, just not going down without a fight.
It looks like an E was called, but it might be put into an R.
Within Mazura, so again, Chris has got the slight advantage here.
Nathan moving his torso very well just out of range of the strikes there.
Very, very close.
Both of them anticipating the other's move there to get an R on each other.
Nathaniel getting there just a little bit sooner.
Ooh, it's come down
Final
to
point. Can almost taste the tension.
We've got a very quick one here. Let's see how this plays out.
And Chris goes on to the final with Nathaniel showing a very good, very good show, and especially seeing as it's the only person today to use daggers, and still doing brilliant.
It's a fantastic showing from both of them. Oh, and I don't even need to change the second one there. So I believe first we're going to see the third place playoffs.
Indeed, we should see the third place playoffs first, and then we will go on to the grand final where there will be no time limit, which will be against Hannah versus Chris.
So in the third place playoffs, which is Javé versus Nathan, is there still a time limit?
Yes, there is still. Yep, there will
So
still be a time limit. It'll still be 180 seconds between Javier and Nathaniel.
So only the finals get the
Only the finals
the
get
honour
that.
of being able to wait out your time.
And the difference as well with the finals as well, we also again increase the points in which they're playing to. So instead of playing to 4 points in the final, 3 points to the finals, it will be the first to 4, just to kind of add a little bit more grandiose to that final.
So we get a little bit more that we can see.
Exactly.
Again, both, I believe both. So Hannah and Chris going into finals, they're both also scoring very highly on their style points.
They're both doing very, very well, with Hannah being up there in the top 3, and Chris just outside of that at the moment, on being sat there in 6th place. So we will see how that kind of unfolds when it comes to those finals.
But again, that's what you want to see in the finals as well. Not only just people who are very good at the combat themselves, but also be. Oh, thank you very much. Some ginger biscuits.
We've just been given a ginger nut.
That's the thing. But also being able to demonstrate how the sport's supposed to look as well. You know, with the style points, being able to demonstrate this is how you perform.
Yeah, definitely. You want the highest level in that final, and you want to be able to showcase that highest level of style. If people are showing good style, they tend to also perform quite well in war as well, because if they're doing good technique, that technique should be effective. So it kind of goes hand in hand. So normally what you do tend to see quite frequently on the podium, the person who comes in war, more often than not, also wins style at the same time. Or at least that's how it has been for the last 2 years in Manchester. Won both by yours truly.
Self-plug there.
Maintaining that standard.
Yeah, look at the nice little smile he's got. Here we go.
So, you know,
It's proud.
got to be a little bit proud.
You
But
have
I
to.
am incredibly proud of my students today, for certain. They've all done, fantastic. They've all done very, very well, especially for those of them who it is their first tournament. And even those who, it's not their first and they've, done quite a few. The quality gets better every single year, and if I don't keep up, I'll be left behind.
Well, no, but I mean, like, as you say, sort of like the quality of it. It's nice to see, and it's nice to see the variety of, as you say, old hands at it, new hands at it, being able to come in and give it their best in the arena. There's been very few fights that you look at it and you go like, oh, this is one-sided.
Yeah.
Me personally, a bit of bias potentially when sort of like we have one of the students who's 11 years old coming in. I instantly thought, well, this, an 11-year-old against sort of like adult athletes, this is going to be one. But proves me entirely wrong.
Yeah.
Like,
It just goes to show really that you can be, and this is one of the beautiful things I love about this sport, is this idea of equality. You could be male, female, anything on the, anywhere on the spectrum. You can be 50, you can be 11, anywhere on that, and still come into the arena, compete with one another, and have some really good duels and have some really good fun with it. And there's not many sports that can boast that, really.
I gotta admit, that's one of the big words I think that you just said there, was the fun of it. I mean, so I myself, I did a discovery session with you, but the thing that struck me very much off the bat is how nice everyone is about it. And I think the sport itself fostering the idea of you call your own hits. It's we've seen today people giving up points when they've said, actually no, someone else made the hit before me. It's very honest about it, and it fosters a nice community within people. So it's one of the things I'd say, if you're looking for a sport where you want to meet people, where it's something that you can jump in and instantly you're going to be thrown into a space where you can achieve high levels, but equally you can take it nice and chill if you want to be.
Exactly, yeah. So we have people from all different with all different kind of goals. You have some people who really want to go in and compete and achieve the highest level, want to qualify to go to the World Championships, want to try and win those World Championships. And then other people are just, I want to just do this for a bit of fun, do this for a bit of exercise, a fun way of getting fit. That's not going to the gym if that's not what you're into. Finding some like-minded people, meeting some new friends, all that sort of stuff. So it looks like we're ready to go into the third place playoffs.
I would just say very quickly, if you want to get involved in LudoSports, look up ludosports.net, or even onto the Facebook and the socials to find LudoSports UK, Manchester, Liverpool, Bristol, all of these, or check the link below this video. So going into the semi-finals now, we have
Third place playoffs.
So third place playoffs.
Yeah.
So again, very fast play from both competitors here.
Again, Javier just trying to keep Nate out so that he doesn't close that gap.
It looks like it's been awarded to Javier. Now, I think an obvious thing to say, but both competitors really wanting that third place position now.
And I think there's also part of it as well that they're also very much aware of where they're ranking on style. So again, really wanting to show off how good that style is as well, just to try and secure their place on the style podium as well as that wall podium.
So I believe that's been rewarded. Nathan got the art just moments before Javier also hit.
So we're on 2-1 to Javier, 2-0 to Javier.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, I've made a mistake. I'll figure out the hand signals eventually.
Oh. One thing I will say that is fantastic is you can always tell, especially with these two athletes, how loud their declarations are. They're very much examples of how loud it should be.
Oh, definitely. You're under no misconception when one of them has a hit drawn against them.
Exactly.
I believe that's a doppio? Doppie or doppio?
Doppio.
Doppio. So doppio, both of them making the strike at the same time.
Exactly. Very, very close. Oh, unfortunate there with the rotation. Javier just getting a little tiny point in there as Nathaniel comes round for that rotation there. Oh, fantastic though. Very good effort from both of them. And what's really nice as well is to see someone using daggers to this and getting to this point in the tournament as well.
Fantastic.
Both scoring a very good 6.2 and 6.1 in style as well.
So we've now got the final coming in between, I should say, Hannah and Chris.
Two very good athletes who have been fighting well all day today. And it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. So it is the first to four with no time limit.
That we have seen throughout the tournament that both Hannah and Chris have preferred to go in quite fast. So I'm not sure how much the time limit's going to, well, as I was saying that.
Yep. So Chris manages to get that first strike in just on the leg. Just slipping through the guard there. Coming straight down on the head there.
Again, fantastic preempting there and lining up her strike.
Very close there to getting the point. Just missed out of the way from Chris there. Just kind of goes to show the control of the distance.
So this is a 2-1 lead for Hannah. Ooh, very close here again.
Possibly could have been a point to Chris there. Nope. Is a point to Hannah.
Is that a point?
No,
It
point
is
to
a
Chris,
point
sorry.
to Chris.
So, yep, so that is a 2-all. And again, changing that height. Does not work this time. Chris manages to come straight through and score that point.
So I believe that brings that to 3-2. Chris needing one more point to win the finals. Hannah having to equalise. Ooh. Ooh.
I just like the little jump and then stop.
Again, so that was an E strike, but because it was in a position that would have gone through the guard to make an O.
Exactly, yep.
Here we go, final point. Oh!
Fantastic point there. Just such precision. Again, changing that height, changing that angle. Absolutely well fought.
Beautiful play there.
And again, we see this with the style scores. Again, very well done. So that does secure Hannah's place as first in War. Chris is second in War, and then Javier in third. And with our style rankings, we will have to do a little bit of editing to the table because it looks like we may have a joint second for the style. So we just need to do a little bit of checking on that.
Do we know who's currently in pole position for the style?
Or should we say it?
Ooh, should we keep it a secret?
What should we do?
We'll have it. Well, yeah. Well, let's keep people waiting for a moment. Then. Let's see. Seb's face. Cool. Don't know what that means. Right. So at the moment, as you say, the score table is just calculating the style points, making sure that they know who's there. In a moment, I believe we are going to medal the victors from today.
We will be doing indeed. So we've got awards, we've got medals for all 3 podium positions. So we will go through to the medal awarding ceremony shortly. Once it's all been sorted out there on the table.
So the medals as well. That's 3 medals for first, second, and third for the combat.
Yep.
But also first, second, and third for style.
Correct. Yeah.
Fantastic. So we're going to learn who's got the best style momentarily.
Yep.
So I know you've placed for the combat before, the wall.
Yep.
Before now. Have you ever got onto the podium for style?
Yep. For both years as well on that one.
Both years.
Yep.
Okay.
So
we're bragging now.
Yeah. May have won it again this year if I'd competed, but had to let someone else have a chance.
Oh, well, you have to be nice sometimes, don't you? You just have to be a bit.
But every year it's always a challenge. It's always difficult because, as I say, the level just gets better every single time. So again, absolute fantastic effort from everyone today. And look forward to finding out what's going on with the style scores. So I'm actually going to just have a bit of a nosy, and I will come right back.
I'll scat here for a moment. I'll do a bit of a riff. I wish I knew some jokes to tell you at the moment, but just clarifying all of the scores as it goes in after that final. Fantastic play by Hannah, bringing her a 4-3 victory and clenching the number 1 spot for War in the Manchester and Liverpool LudoSports tournament. We have got the LudoSports UK tournament coming up on the 6th and 7th of July this year. So be sure to mark your calendars and come back for that. Many of the competitors from today are going to be competing in it, with also competitors from across the country. I think some of you are watching at the moment. And that's going to be incredibly interesting to watch. And I look forward to seeing how everyone matches up there. If you are watching for the first time and you want a bit more information about LudoSport, you can check out some of the links in the description of the video, or go to ludosport.net. Or on the social medias, you can find LudoSport academies throughout the UK, including LudoSport Manchester, LudoSport Liverpool, Bristol, I think there's London, Cardiff, and Birmingham, and a few more throughout the country. And if you've enjoyed the coverage of today, please do give us a like and a subscribe. It really goes a long way to helping us bring more live streams of not just Ludo, but varying sports that don't get the attention that they deserve. Shots On will be at the UK arenas. UK arenas, I believe, is the actual term for the tournament, the Nationals tournament coming up. So we hope to bring you the same level of coverage, or potentially multiple levels of coverage, as this has been a 1-ring tournament. I believe there are multiple rings at the UK arena. So as I say, we're just finalising the scores at the moment. We know that Hannah is definitely the war champion with Chris Lynn being the second and Javier being third in war. And I think I'm going to have to bring a joke book with me next time that we do this, just to cover a little bit of time. So we do have the medals ready to go. And once everything has been finalized, they will be awarded out. I'm afraid there's going to be a slight break in the audio for just a moment as I set something up. The audio should hopefully now be back up. Oh, no. There we go. Now the audio should hopefully be back up. Making sure that we have the mobile mics ready for the closing ceremony of today's tournament. All of the athletes today really putting in an amazing show. If you've only just tuned in, I would highly recommend going back, having a look at some of the matchups that we've had throughout the day and see the fantastic effort and skill that's been put in. Particularly, I would suggest the pool plays from today, where we've mixed, where players have been mixed in for more experienced players and also newer players. You can really see how everyone at every level is able to put in their role, bring in new ideas and combinations into the sport, as well as ideally perfecting some of the tried and tested techniques that are taught throughout Ludo. Again, if you're interested in trying out the sport for yourself, I highly recommend the LudoSport's Discovery Sessions. Again, you can find information either via the social medias of the individual academies or via ludosports.net. The links are in the description of this video. And while we wait for a moment, as we just clarify, I'm going to save my voice a little bit and hand over to this little bit of B-roll.
Hello, I'm Sam from Shots On. Welcome to the LudoSport Manchester and Liverpool Academies tournament. Now, like me, this might be the first time that you've seen LudoSports performed live. But don't worry, we're going to have experts with me all day in the commentary booth to make sure that all your questions are answered. But here's a quick rundown. LudoSport is a mixed-gendered, lightsaber-inspired sport focused on respect and control. Athletes compete one-on-one to score points by making contact on specific areas of their opponent. There are two types of hits: a non-mortal hit, known as an E, or a mortal hit, known as an R. Players call out hits on themselves, maintaining an honor system. If a non-mortal hit has been made, the player who has been struck must lower their guard and give their opponent an opportunity to score a mortal hit, an R. A round ends when a mortal hit is scored and the attacker earns a point. Matches are best out of 3 or until a 90-second combat time limit is reached. The time limit is removed in later stages of the tournament. But it's not just about the hits. Style and form are also rewarded and scored. Players' control and use of their chosen combat form is rated throughout the tournament, leading to both a combat and a style champion and leaderboard. That's the basics. For more information, you can check out ludosports.net or the links in the description here. If you have any further questions, leave them in the comments and I'll try and get them answered throughout the day. Ooh, before I forget, give Shots On a subscribe. It really helps grow our channel and allows us to continue filming new and exciting sports and activities. Now, let's go see some lightsaber dueling.
Ready? We've got the mic there, so we can hear as well.
Athletes to the arena!
More first, yeah? Yeah. And then it's Harry Chris. Harry Chris. We're missing Lily. Missing Lily, okay. Give it a few seconds. Oh.
So just before we do the podium, I think there's a couple of people who I would like to call out for a couple of different reasons. First of all, Nate, a tremendous job with daggers, especially with your declaration. You were not pulled up on it all day. You managed to remove every single time, and that's not easy to do. So really, really well done there. The other person is the person with the loudest declarations. You were awesome all day, and Grace, that was great.
Okay, so without further ado, I'm going to do the wall, and Seb will do the style. Okay, so in third place, Javier. Well done. In second place, Chris. In first place, me. No, in first place, Hannah. Business, Andy. Business. Okay, fine.
So you might have noticed it took us a little bit more time to work this out, and that's because there is a tie for second place. And in second place for style, and Dan is going to have to buy another medal. So one of you is going to get the third for now, but that will be changed. In joint second place is Nathaniel Trevis and Javier Hinojo.
I got the third one because
Well done again, well done.
And in first place, she's not going to have to move very far, Hannah Gilliland. just quickly, very, very quickly, massive, massive congrats to them all. So one more round of applause. I think I speak for all of us when I say that in the eliminations, generally things were better. Declarations, control, everything went up a level, which is really, really good to see. It meant that you didn't have to see any yellow cards. Did we give any yellow cards today? One yellow card all day. That is good going, especially when I'm in the room. So good job. Apart from that, massive, massive thank you to Jane and Dan who were helping, and also to Dan and Sam for doing the stream. And finally, to Guy and Megan, who were amazingly consistent all day and really great.
And I suppose it's only right we should thank Seb for being a stardom. Well done.
And most importantly, our lovely audience and the people watching on stream.
Okay, fantastic. So we have about an hour to do some combat, to do some tidy up and stuff, and then we've got Porkside at Oodles and Noodles.
Oodles and noodles.
Pub.
Okay. For some food and whatnot. So have some fun. We'll get a photo of everybody as well. But really well done everyone today. You all did really well. You should be proud of how well you've all done.